Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome. Welcome to today's stream. It is Monday, where I'm coming from, Monday, the 24th of November. And I hope you had a very good weekend. If you are still in the weekend, I hope you're enjoying your time away from the clutches of capital. And if you're out the other side and you are in your Monday routine, I hope the clutches of capital are treating you well and you are getting duly compensated for your sacrifice to keep this mode of production going. Now, with all of that, yeah, it's been a while. It feels like it's been a while since we've had a stream. I was off on Friday and was unable to do the usual Friday pleasantries, being what has turned into a bit of a tradition now, our Far Right Fridays. So we missed a Far Right Fridays for the first time in, like, I don't know, since it started, I think, about 5 weeks now. And yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back after an extended weekend. So yeah, like I said, I hope you've enjoyed your weekend. And 4AS is doing the roll call here. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up your Mamdani hype train. Savage, call there. It's good to see you, 4AS. And to whoever else is watching, if you are able and you're not just lurking today, please give us a yell, say hi, do the roll call. Don't be rude. And then you can go back to lurking away. It would be nice to know who I'm chilling with today. Now, as the title suggests, depending on where you're coming from, but if you are on YouTube, the title suggests that we're going to be having a look at the situation that unfolded on Friday, so Saturday for us in the wonderful land of Oz. But there seems to have been a meeting between what is it, mayoral elect, I guess they call him, is the technical term, mayoral elect, the infamous Zoran Mamdani, and none other than the president of the United States, Donald Trump. They had a meeting and it looked rather cordial. They seem to have been very touchy-feely. I've seen some highlights, and they had nothing but praise for one another. It makes you feel that special type of, eek, that yucky feeling that you get when you see what politicians are really like. Like, these two people have really starkly and fundamentally opposed one another's entire existences, and now they're like touching each other in the White House. So, it reeks of that, that innate feeling you have as a working person that the entire system is stacked with opportunists and sycophants. And, here's some proof in the pudding. So we're going to have a look and see what these two heavyweights of the American political scene at the moment have to say for themselves as they get grilled by the always integrity field mainstream media in the US. Let's have a look here. Jags in the house, fuck Mamdani, and the controlled opposition. There we go. Ninja Nurse, hey y'all, how you doing? Dilemmas, what up? Give up your Zoran support for Z Jews. You love it. You love it. Can't help yourself, can you? Does that even get through the censor? That's actually, why can't I see that? Maybe it didn't get through. I think the YouTube censor is all over you like a rash. Dilemmas got you covered. So anyway, let's have a look. Nah, it got censored. Wow. And he didn't even spell it correctly. It's interesting. Because you're going to have to figure out something else because the algorithm is all over you. Dilemmas like a rash. All right. So. Guten Morgen. How you going, Avalava? I'm brushing up on my German. It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream chat. Always keeping it alive there for us. I'm sure Trump loves to get touchy-feely with Bubba. Savage. Did you get the memo? MAGA diehard MTG is out. Radical Muslim communist is in. So what do you mean Marjorie Taylor Greene is out? As she's been ostracized. She's been ostracized from the MAGA movement, but now he's rubbing shoulders with Zoran Mamdani. I would just fall back to the JS. Okay, fair enough. That can be code. What, she resigned? What, is this legit? No way she resigned. Slow down. Slow the fuck down. She's resigning. Why? I thought she's created quite the name for herself. People really like her. And like she's like flipped the script kind of thing. Let's get some MTG resigns. How do you feel about that, Dilemmas? As our resident spokesperson for the entirety of the right. You speak for everyone. Let's have a look. Maybe ABC News. We'll go with an Australian source, shall we? Let's have a look. This is breaking news on the stream chat today. High-profile Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene to resign after fallout with Donald Trump. Damn. He's that powerful. A high-profile Republican in short. Let's just go for the short, right? Oh, whoa, no way. Getting the kick chat going off. All right, high-profile Republican made. Oh, by the way, if anyone's watching this and they want an alternative source, I'm actually on Kick for the first time. So if anyone's aware, there's a streaming platform called Kick, and you can actually find me there. I'm moving from Rumble. Like I've been using Rumble for like I don't know 6 weeks now, and like not much love, but like we'll go back to it eventually. But I want to try Kick out for a little bit. Kick for a little bit. So if you're interested in going to Kick, or if you have a Kick account, you can find me there too. In short, high-profile Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene has announced her resignation from Congress following a recent falling out with the U.S. President. Donald Trump called Ms. Greene a traitor after the Georgia Congresswoman criticized his stance on the Epstein files. Damn. Ms. Greene said she expects the Republicans will likely lose next year's midterm elections, and her final day in office will be January 5. Hey, wow, that's crazy. My message to Georgia's 14th district and America. Hey, look, she's even got the Christmas tree up already. Is that normal? Is that normal? Like, when do we get Christmas trees up? Is that a thing? It's not even December yet. MAGA is becoming FAFO. America first only. Fucking America first only. Yeah, okay, fair enough. As in she's retiring, she wants off the sinking Trump ship. Do you think that's what's going on here? Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we?
Hi, everyone.
Oh, it's 10 minutes. Oh, okay, fine.
I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C. and just never fit in. Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way the
Right. I would say most people in the States put up the tree after Thanksgiving, but they are already starting to sell them on the street corners here. Okay. And when's Thanksgiving? Is that at the end of November or something like that? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess in Australia, we just do it in December. We wait for at least the last month of the year, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's really outdated now.
Political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American
Happy Thanksgiving. Hey.
Man or woman. The debt goes higher. Corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts. American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by
4AS says late November, early December. This is a real working class discussion. When do you put up your Christmas tree that is brought to your place of residence by the great system of capitalism? What a productive enterprise that is to be able to distribute this commodity on scale so everyone can have one in the lounge room. Oh, the living space. My missus asked me to put the tree up on the weekend, lol. And did you do it? Did you listen? I overheard a debate on the weekend about someone talking about whether they should put their Christmas tree up or if it's too early. Hey? Morning, friendos. How you going, Indoctrinathan? Internet friends, how are we? I wonder if LARP Jeff is in the house. Haven't heard one of his signature sign-ins for a while. Internet friends. Morning, internet friends.
Legal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas. Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations. Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest. And the spending power of the dollar.
Voltaire came back last week. He was here on Thursday, I believe. So I think he's been on holidays. And so he's back. The great return of our comrades across the ditch. No, I didn't, but I'll only be able to wiggle out of it for so long. That's hilarious. 2 weeks from Xmas, if you're using a real tree. 3 to 4 if it's fake. Oh, there's a fucking rule. There it is. I don't think I've ever used a real tree. I don't think I've ever seen a real tree in somebody's house. There you go. Them the rules. I don't write them. Interesting. No, I've never seen a real tree before. If that really is for me. Like someone using it in their house, like a real tree, that is. I didn't know that was a thing.
Continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive. And today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart.
Look, it's all valid working person agenda items, right? Right? What she's talking about here? Breaks her heart. Oh my God, there we go. Internet friends. Mysteries from the future. He's never seen a real tree in his life. Yeah, don't you forget it. If you got kids, you gotta put it up early. You use it as an incentive for good behavior. So good. This is how you learn to manipulate people, control their behavior. Carrot or stick. Look at these commies taking the Christ out of Christmas. Oh yeah, right. It's not just about trees and presents. Of course. I used to get one most years from the RSPCA. Used to be like $50. It was like 80, 90 last time. That's fucking mental. If you have kids, you have to do real tree at least once. There it is. There it is. I'm going to tell my parents they never parented right because I've never seen a real tree up close before. A real Christmas tree.
I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great Again meant America first. I have one of the most conservative voting records in Congress, defending the First Amendment, Second Amendment, unborn babies, because I believe God creates life at conception, and I love to fight for the little guy. Strong, safe borders, I have fought hard for that. I fought against COVID tyrannical insanity and mandated mass vaccinations.
Can we do a Christmas special where we look at Christian naturalists? What the hell is a Christian naturalist? Is that like a Christian who returns to nature? I'm going to put my money on that. Let's go with that. Oh, we're getting an AI overview. This is scary. What a dystopian world we live in. Christian naturalism is a philosophical and theoretical perspective that combines Christian spirituality with scientific understanding of the natural world. So how do they reconcile the fact that in the Bible it says that, everything was created like, I don't know, 6,000 years ago or whatever the usual attack that they use for Christians, and they're like, explain this. How did dinosaurs exist then, kind of thing with the creation book. So like they put down some of the teachings, I guess, and replace it with science, the new religion of the capitalist age. That works, right? All right, here we go. Here comes the stream chat. We ready? Putting up a tree unveils the real Grinch within. Oh, putting up a pile of shredded plastic as it shreds crap all over the floor, spreading manufactured landfill everywhere, but alas, the tree is up. Savage. Hey, look, this is Christmas under capitalism, baby. Socialist Christmas will be very different. I'm not sure how. Yeah, like I'll nut it out in a podcast with 4AS for Yamalava. And so instead of it going to landfill, we will recycle the crap on the floor with little rumba robots and little machines, and they'll produce more Christmas trees. And so on and so forth. Let it be known. I don't mind the price. It helps fund. Oh, they're shelters. Ah, fair enough. No, nationalists. Oh, that's hilarious. Well, there is Christian naturalism. Let's go with that. No, wait, this is funny. This is hilarious. Let's stick with naturalists. That's hilarious. Can we look at Christmas special where we look at Christian nationalists? Oh, that's fucking great. What a mix up. Christian naturalism, though. We could do both. Let's do Christian natural nationalists. Let's do that one. We'll put that together. I see. You want to do a what would Xmas and New Year's work? How would they work under socialism? Yeah. There would be no more plastic trees dropping shit all over people's floors. That's for sure. Please enlighten us on a socialist Christmas. Perhaps the scars of capitalist past are revealed during these consumer festive moments. Yeah. Interesting. The scars. Yeah, we get haunted by three ghosts from three separate parts of the Industrial Revolution, or different phases of the Industrial Revolutions. All right, let's go with that. All right, I'm sorry. Back to Marjorie, whatever her name, Taylor Greene. Okay, let's actually just skip. Why? I want to know if she says anything about Trump and why she was kicked out of the party. Let's go to the end.
My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly.
There's Socialist Christmas. I don't know if you guys can see that, but Dr. Nathan is saying you can grow a an Xmas tree sized pine in less than a year. There it is. That's socialist Christmas. A tree grown in every backyard. And if you don't have a backyard, then your neighbor will grow it for you and throw it over the fence. There it is. Hell, if you have a property, they're often growing as weeds. Just saying, no plastic required. There you go.
Unsafe border policies and the trans agenda on children and against women. With that has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely
Trans Tifa, she said the thing. She said the thing. Yeah, she's been fighting for babies and against trans Tifa and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is so culture war laced. It's funny. Yeah, well, like she has her principles, I guess. Hey, she's out there battling against the evil wokies, the Department of Wokery. Also, you don't need an air freshener for at least a month or so. So that's the benefit of having a real tree instead of dropping plastic on the floor. That's crazy. It actually makes the house smell nice. Lovely.
serious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine, and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be
Interesting. There you go. She's out. Just go on, man. And like, so what, you know, that's an interesting little like tidbit for her supporter base, right? So people that would potentially be into the whole like, you know, New World Order kind of grand conspiracy theories of people like the World Economic Forum and, you know, the Bilderberg Group and the Rockefellers and the, I don't know, 13 families, all that sort of stuff, the Rothschilds, that there's a grand plan for the human race and they're going to implement some world government and it's going to, you know, end with the enslavement of the human race, which is like, you know, grand plan, idealistic kind of stuff, which is like, you know, she's basically saying there's no real grand plan. It's just there's capture. There is the political and economic elites who have got capture on the system and they manipulate the system for their own desires. And until, you know, people organize and do something about it, then you're never going to get the system, wrangle the system out of their hands. Now, we know as good analysts of the capitalist system that you can't just wrangle it off them. They're not going to give it up without a fight. Like, look at her. She's literally been pushed out by the system. She's case in point if she considers herself to be anti-establishment. Whether or not you agree with her culture war positions, she seems to position herself as anti-establishment, and like she's been pushed out, basically. And so you can't just take over the system from within. The system is actually designed in a way that upholds the interests of the capitalist classes. And so, nice. Anal, sis? Yeah. All right. Thanks. I was trying. She's going to run for president. Okay. Could you imagine that race? It was between Mamdani and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, what a way to split the base that would be. Split the working class. I mean, you still get shit all over the floor, but it's pine leaves. You can just throw it in the garden. Yeah, fair enough. Better than plastic. And it doesn't go into landfill. It doesn't have to go into landfill. Depends how responsible people are when they dispose of it. How quickly they revert to victimhood. I never thought the leopards would eat my face. She's going to run for president. Interesting. Oh, yeah. And the Republicans will never stop talking about how progressive they are, running a female candidate. Mamdani can't run for president. Oh, yeah. Interesting. He was born overseas, hey? He was born in Uganda. Ah, interesting. So who is it going to be? Who's going to be the other option? What about AOC? She an option, hey? Volta Tur's in the house. To be honest, she could be better than Trump. She could be, especially if she's outside. She's a political outsider. But she's already made those kind of comments about like, I am not ill. Kind of thing, you know, if I end up, you know, something happens to me, if I fall asleep in this hotel room and shoot myself 7 times in the face, I am not ill. AO double D's. Oh my God. Yeah, can she run? Is she American born? Let's go with yes. So could you imagine that clash of the Titans? Hey? MTG versus AOC. Sounds like some big boxing match that's going to happen somewhere in Las Vegas. God, I hate it, but I think it will be AOC versus MTG. I don't know, man. We're forgetting about what about Vance? He wouldn't let that slip. And like the CEO King himself, Trump, is working his way around serving a third term. So I guess we could all just relax on this one. Volta, could see her go full Karen on other countries' leaders? Yeah, I know, right? No, this is not acceptable. I want to speak to your manager. All right, so that's it. That's the breaking news. MTG, she's out, man. Jag, if there is an election, the Republican candidate will be whoever Trump anoints. Yeah, well, it's not MTG, is it? If there is an election, I like that little disclaimer that you put on there. Did you notice the gay speaker for the House will put his hat in the ring? Is that Mike Johnson? Is he gay, or is this part of that like the large kind of grinder joke that we've got going for a long time? Trump looking at Mamdani with more pride than he ever looked at Vance or his own sons. Yeah, I know. There's some beautiful pictures of them together. It's really touching. I think you would ever get a female president. We only got a female PM because the voters don't actually choose. You reckon they'll never get one? He's on Grinder. Oh, okay. That's not a joke. He's actually on Grinder. Okay. They are chat. They've been leaked. That's so good. I love the word chat. It's such a good word. It just reminds me of back in the day. It's so good. They are chat. They're uh, you reckon the Americans would never bring themselves to having a female president? They're like, look, we elected a black guy, but a woman? I don't know about that, man. Yeah, maybe the Americans don't have it in them. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. All right, shall we? Actually, I think with how divided his base is, it could be someone who says Trump never stood for us. I will, especially with how they're dealing with the Mamdani stuff. You know, there is some mad speculation going on because of the ruptures and the factions within the MAGA movement at the moment. But like, this is year one. Trump's still got a lot of time to go and to consolidate his power. This is nothing. And especially if he's dead. Yep. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't make it. I don't know. He's pretty rich. That usually extends one's life well beyond usual standards, I'd say. Usually. Not always. All right. Shall we have a look at the thing that caused the sensation? They're speaking? Can you hear it? I think he said, how do you like The Office? And he's like, yeah, it's nice. And then he's going to show him the fucking gold-plated roof that he put in. I saw some right-wing channels talking about Erica Kirk being pregnant, where they were claiming she got pregnant after Charlie's death. She will be the next first lady for JD Vance. What's with all the rumors about that? What's going on there? They want him to get rid of his missus because she's not Christian or something like that, and she's got to take on. This is really like Game of Thrones, isn't it? Eh? You have to have the right person in order to have that top job. Like Trump with his Eastern European wife. If Trump passes away, it'll be a weekend at Bernie's situation. They will need to pretend that he's alive to maintain global order. Why was he getting an MRI the other day as part of his regular health checkup? Because when you're a billionaire, you can afford to have MRIs for anything. When he has a hair out of place and he wants to know why that hair's not being tame, he gets an MRI. She was seen without her wedding ring. Dun, dun, dun. So good, man. Love the drama. So good. This is what really matters. Who will Erica Kirk be? Yeah, whose child is she now got inside of her? Is it the Kirkster? We'll find out after 5. As the channel's healthcare correspondent, nobody usually. Oh, yes, thank you. Nobody usually gets an MRI for a checkup. What? Even if you're a billionaire? Come on. Eh? Come on. We're just speaking like working class people here. Eh? Come on. It's my baby. I knew it. I knew it. I didn't know Erica had been hanging around in New York recently. There you go. It's hilarious.
That's cool, right?
Just zoom into Trump a little bit more.
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like
Yeah, I know, right?
getting.
The meeting was so hot. The election was so hot. He beat him easily. The mayor is so hot. I'm always watching. Fair enough. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, remember watching Fox after he got elected, and they were just like, if it wasn't for Cuomo and Sliwa kind of splitting the vote and all that sort of stuff, like, he would never have won. Like, I think people were just torn between Cuomo and Sliwa, and like, he's just like, yeah, he beat him easily. Let's not beat around the bush about this. Mamdani is the guy. He ran a successful campaign. So good. Is that a B-2 stealth bomber sitting on his desk? That thing there? It's either that or it's like fucking UFO or something like that. What do they call them now? It's not UFOs anymore. They got another name. Yeah, it probably is. It's like it's an exact replica of the one that took out the Iranian nuclear facility.
Housing built and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York, and we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have, hopefully.
Like, is that only if you shop at Walmart, though, that you get 25% off Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen? And you must buy a plastic Christmas tree, though. If you buy a real Christmas tree, then I'm sorry, no 25% off for you. Mamdani has the charisma and intellect to play Trump like a fiddle. Hearing their conversation would be hilarious. Do you reckon? We don't even have Walmarts in New York City. Well, it's not 25% off for you. Fucking add 25% loading for you New Yorkers. Eh?
A really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation, I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for Mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister?
Yeah, he's already started the midterm campaign. There's no difference in party. Like, what the fuck was that? What of admission was that? It's like, look, Come on, man. We're all the same here. We're all from one big fat political party, just with different wings, I guess you'd say. Eh? We're all just one party. Doesn't matter. And if you can't hear the question that is being asked, it's like, hey Trump, you called this guy a communist. How do you have any changed feelings on that one, or would you like to walk us through why this guy's a dirty commie?
Mr. Netanyahu.
And you're going to do anything to stop him from arresting Netanyahu if he comes to New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot.
He's going to change. There it is. You get it called out from the president. This guy's going to change, man. I'm convinced Mamdani is just a Tesla robot with pre-programmed talking points. Yeah, he's definitely got like, play file 57, like kind of thing. And he like just answers like straight from the memory bank kind of thing, and it's just like clean as. It's just like, oh, we've rehearsed this one. Play file 747. Go. Interesting. We all change. Trump's calling it. Mamdani is going to be very different from now on. Don't get used to some radical communist that's going to be running New York.
Changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term.
He's afraid of Mamdani's popularity. Look at him cozy up, and the leftist agenda. Well, that's the thing. Like, Trump is a populist, and so like, the lines are really blurred between right wing populism that pretends to be for the working class, and I guess the left wing populism of Zorons of the world, because they are very supposedly for the working class, right? So they both have the same kind of appeal in a sense. So yeah, maybe he's trying to steal some of that limelight. Got to make sure he looks good at somebody who's tackling affordability. Okay? Yeah, we're pretty much the same, you and I. And he'll change. You watch. He'll change. They all do.
And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And some very liberal people he won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive...
There's a bit of a admission there, hey? He's just a liberal. He'll keep the liberals happy. It's unfortunate because, like the promise when like this was all starting the fever and he became kind of a household name, everyone was really excited, and it was not a liberal sentiment either. It was, this guy's radical. He might even be a socialist. And so like the liberals are happy though. He's just going to keep the liberals happy. I wonder if that's another nice little bit of foresight from the president there. You see the line there? I think it may be being towed. Yeah. It's America first versus Israel support. That's the dividing line. There's a real Christian nationalist movement growing over there since Kirk. Yeah, I wonder if Kirk had to, go down for him to die, for him to kind of his position on Israel really to solidify. And his was like, no, America first, not Israel. That's why he did get kirked, if you ask me. That's my running conspiracy. Let me get my tinfoil hat out for ya. I predict that his strategy is going to be convincing the American public that if you vote for Democrats, nothing will pass. If you vote for Republicans, we're about the same, but we'll be able to pass all legislation. So you have no reason to change your vote to Democrat. He's already made the right steps to keep his Zionist police commissioner and AIPAC Shakur in Congress. Yes, interesting. Yeah, so he's got Tish. He was with Tish the other day, right? Police Commissioner Tish, who is from the property developer section of the bourgeoisie in New York. And AIPAC Shakur. So he's trying to, so he's recently been quoted in a DSA meeting telling the people in the DSA not to vote for another DSA member and a socialist, and vote for the same candidate, the centrist Democrat candidate, who is set to be leader of the House, I think, soon. What's this? He seems pretty happy here. Avalava, what's this? He looks very happy. I would like to know more. He looks very happy. And is he sitting in economy class too? He's a man of the people. Cracked like a can of Kirk's creaming soda. For the Aussie viewers, I get the reference. Kirk's.
Discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said
You called Trump a despot who betrayed the country.
His worst nightmare, and accused him of having a fascist agenda.
You accuse him of having a fascist agenda.
Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting.
Ha! What a politician. I know, right? The way he answered that question. It's like, look, we have differing views. He didn't say I'm not going to. Maybe some THC gummies assisted him. Well, with that big smile. Not on a plane. Interesting. And Trump's covering for him as well. He's like, man, come on. I've been called worse than a despot. Hey, that's actually quite a nice technical term. I'm not used to having the political analysis on that regard, of that level. I usually just get thrown insults, called a dictator. I'm here for the downfall of the American system. It's making Aussie more brave to speak up. Interesting. Voltaire Fuentes and others have been popping off on Trump at the moment. Interesting. Hey. Well, I guess they've just had too much dominance, and now people are, muscling in with their ideas.
Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together.
He owned that question. Let's be fair. Trump just sounds like he didn't understand the question because they used too many big words.
Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Mishkat from MTV Lebanon.
Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding
Sure.
you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state of Lebanon. And what is your next move to push toward?
Yeah, my VP called me Hitler. Like, yeah, what do you want? Huh? Don't worry, fucking Peter Thiel sorted that out. It was that type of meeting. And I think Charlie Kirk was there too, actually. They helped, call a favor in, if you know what I mean. It would help if we stop pissing off our biggest trading partner to do saber rattling. Eh?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. and now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
you threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City.
I wonder how they handle this one. So he's asking, if you can't hear it properly, they're asking, look, you're threatening to send federal troops into the city, which already have been there for a while, so I'm led to believe. And, threatening ICE agents on the city as well. What are you going to do there? Yoshi Airhead. All these politicians and media pundits are controlled by the Vatican, including Trump and Mamdani, but all the sheeple are eating this all up. Wow, Mamdani must be so charming. Yoshi Airhead, savage commentary there. Hey, killing the political establishment in one go. Welcome to the stream. Let us know your further thoughts, please.
Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if they're horrible people.
I wonder how long it took Mamdani to wash this shit up his nose when he left the White House. Have you guys seen some of the latest South Park episodes? And there's that one with Pam Bondi, and every time she comes into a scene, she's covered in feces from the president, and it's all over her face all the time. It's similar to that, I guess. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, China commies are bad, but Albo Socialist is good, but only when he deals with Trump. Just flop it out for Trump. Apparently, he likes the way it tastes. Hey, it's got to be bubba, or it ain't good. Okay. We have China by the balls. Likewise, America gets most of its uranium from SA. We have these big economies by the balls, but no ballsy leader. Fair enough.
People there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect. You're both, from different parts of the political spectrum, you're both populists, though. And I just wondered to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign?
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, we've gotten fuel prices way down.
Does anyone know what they're talking about? What's Con Edison? What's that? Con Ed? Someone enlighten me, as I'm out of the loop with that one. Trump is so clever here. He's painted Mamdani as an equal and is willing to work with him, which is something leftists and libs will be divided on. It is very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. How, like, when it suits master of the deal over here, when it suits him, hey, this guy's fucking fantastic. Look at us shaking hands. Modded for what? Oh, what did you get modded for? You have a reputation. That's funny. Allow. Really? You can't say come. Modded for what? What did I do? So angry. Fix your moderation settings. Look, I have mods in there now that have that. I think Trump. I disagree. I think I think Trump to some time to wipe the cum from his nussy before this presser. Just look at the body language. Trump is yearning for connection to Zoran, and everything he goes for eye contact, he gets so disappointed Zoran isn't giving him any attention. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I approve. Don't worry about it. Just had a thought. Maybe Trump is treading carefully after the president thing is over. Him and his family live in New York. Maybe he doesn't want to burn bridges. Interesting. I don't know, man. He seems to be on that level of the bourgeoisie that are beyond really any of this sort of stuff. Anyway, you know, like they care about who the mayor is, but it doesn't change the fact that there's a New York bourgeoisie and they control a lot of stuff. They just want to make their lives as easy as possible. Yoshi Airhead, what is that you've dumped in the chat there? Have you been on a stream like this before? I don't know if I've seen your name, Yoshi Airhead. I might have to screen your links to make sure it's safe for work before we can put it up there. What if the bourgeoisie unionize against him? Well, didn't they try? Like, they tried to back Cuomo heavily. And like that didn't work. So yeah. No, you can go into the Twitch chat settings and set it to allow swear words and only ban hate speech. Okay. Another thing to add to the list. Will do. Random links are an L, my fault. I laugh because the bourgeoisie can't unionize. They can only union bust. Yeah. But they definitely have shared class interests, and they do rally behind those class interests. That's for sure. Melania doesn't live in DC. She still lives in New York City. Just saying. There you go. Yeah, she loves the New York City life.
Up in Con Edison, and we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if
what is this Con Edison thing that they're talking about? Edison? Yeah, there we go. A major energy company based in New York City that provides electric, gas, and steam services to residents and businesses of New York City. Okay, and Westchester County. Right, okay. So this is an affordability thing.
If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You were going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And
he didn't ask that at all.
Problem. He's got.
Didn't he ask about whether or not they're gonna keep suing? He's gonna keep suing the BBC. Why is he talking about that? Oh my god!
A big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man.
Damn those fucking windmills!
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, we've spoken to President Zelensky. We attended.
Who?
President President Zelensky about your plan and your meet with him?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible
wave?
what's happened.
Was that the wave, or was that like kind of his, the fact that he's like a geriatric and he's just like, they asked him a direct question and he just started speaking about something else, you know? If that was a wave, fantastic. He just make it to look so effortless, like he's got no short-term memory.
It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big
It's all the same thing.
energy-producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers, and it goes on and on. And I think they're getting reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals.
Oh my
countries,
God. We're up to 8. I keep forgetting that we're stepping it up now. It's 8
including
now.
in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen.
It's on the other side of the ocean. Which ocean? It's pretty landlocked. Sometimes I think Trump is playing 5D chess by acting like he has dementia, like Sleepy Joe, so people can mark him up as incompetent instead of being an evil genius. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, do you reckon that's part of the play? I don't know, man. He seems too proud to be like that. I thought it would be 9 by now. Peace with Mamdani. Yes, he said it a couple of times already, right? He's going to bring peace to New York City. Like, we all want peace, right? He's now brought peace between him, the fascist, and the evil communist all there. Me at work with HR, I'm up to 8 shifts today and should be paid for them all. So good. We're up to 8 shifts today. 9. If anyone's wondering, no, it depends how you define peace, of course. Yeah, good idea for us, as always. If anyone's watching this and you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe, of course, or follow whatever platform you're on. Outside of that, here is an invite to our Discord community. So we go over there, we share propaganda, people put their 2 cents on things. Go have a look at other people's propaganda, go put your own. So yeah, like I said, if you're new here, go check that out. And you know, outside of the social media system, which is heavily curated by evil algorithms that sometimes do nice things, like, go over please to Patreon and become a free member so you can get notifications when I do stuff. Like, gives you an email notification, doesn't get lost to the evil algorithmic gods. So there's my plug. Dilemmas. My pop died of dementia. Trump is starting to get that old man draw when they speak. Yeah, I've seen that too with family.
Blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25. Think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
What happens if I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership.
Spread some propaganda, please. Just be respectful. Of course.
And the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focus very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am...
Condemn socialism. elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing.
What's this resolution that she's talking about condemning socialism? Is anyone across that? Condemning socialism? And he's a card-carrying communist? Hey? If they're condemning it, then maybe he's out of luck. Was there a recent House resolution in Congress that condemned socialism? Yes, very recently, November 21, 2025, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a resolution called On Con Res 58, titled Denouncing the Horrors of Socialism. This resolution denounces socialism in all of its forms and explicitly opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the US. It cites historic examples of socialist regimes such as the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, Cambodia, Venezuela, North Korea, and attributes mass death and famine and the repression of human rights, repression and human rights abuses to them. This is fucking crazy. Well, imagine a representative subclass that requires donations from the ruling class might have a problem with socialism. Color me shocked. So good. Oh, this is legit. Fuck. Okay, then. The resolution was introduced by Rep. Maria Elvira Salazar and had a large number of co-sponsors. So 258 members voted yes, 98 voted no. And so what did she say before? Hakeem Jeffries? Is that what she said, like voted for it as well? And that's who Zoran Mamdani is trying to protect at the moment. It's interesting. The timing coincided with growing political attention on democratic socialists, such as New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. It's interesting. But his boy Apex Shakur supported it. If only someone from the Democratic Socialists of America was willing to challenge him. Isn't that crazy? Oh, man. Did you know about this? Did you hear about this? It's crazy. Condemning socialism. And it's all based on the little black book of socialism. Mass deaths, famine, repression, human rights abuses. None of this attributable to any other mode of production than evil socialism, right? Definitely wouldn't happen under capitalism. And no one ever dies en masse. There's never any famine. No repression. Definitely not. And human rights? Don't worry about it. What's the resolution but words and complaints? It's just socialism bad. Yeah, but like socialism bad is okay. Do you reckon? Like you can, like people just like, oh yeah, you did the iPhone, ha ha ha. Don't you like? How do you have socialism now? But like this is like, oh, it kills lots of people, and it always ends up with famine and human rights abuses. Like, hello, do you not see the world you're living in at the moment? Like, honestly. That's very interesting. Okay, so he's going to get asked about the resolution, and his response is like, I don't look at resolutions. I look at solutions.
With 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify that your answer to Stephen Nelson, he asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay.
You can say yes.
Yes.
Like, this is some weird stuff that's going on between the two of them. This is the one highlight that I did see of this one. Let me just slow it down. It's all right. You can say yes. Call me a fascist. It's fine. We're cool, man. We're cool. This is some weird shit that's going on here, eh?
In our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Mr. President,
He didn't answer the fucking question.
About this Ukraine plan.
Is he a fucking fascist? Yes or no? And like, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He was thinking something up. He was thinking something up. How am I going to get around this one?
Okay.
That's okay.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also.
It's interesting,
about
man.
this.
Oh, stop. No, you. Hey, like a new couple. Yeah, they're finishing each other's sentences. Hey. So good. Have you ever heard of the concept of karmic retribution? No. Please explain. I could have a guess, though. All right, let's go.
Ukraine plan.
Yeah, he's a fascist, but he's cooler than I originally thought he would be. But he's a cool fascist. Hey, look at his office. He's decked this out nicely. This is great. I could get used to this. If only I was born here.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner.
Man, go
or
back to
giving
the
up its
fascist
dignity.
question.
There's been criticism that this deal.
You mean he doesn't like it?
Who cares about
It's
Zelensky?
unclear. He was sort of
Well,
pretending.
he'll have to like.
Boo Zelensky. Boo.
Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have been a deal. Would have been a.
New York City for a long. Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that to be a question.
No, capitalism is the problem.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President.
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned.
It's so good. And there's another word that I've heard about. The plebs like this word. It's called groceries. Apparently they go to these things called stores to get their food. Like I've said to them time and time again, just get your servants to do it. Get your maid to do it. But like they just like going to getting these things called groceries. I'm pretty sure that's the word. Affordability and groceries. This new thing called affordability. Fuck me dead, man. It's crazy. Trump had a first term that continued that Ukraine agenda. He keeps subtly trying to avoid that responsibility. Trump is a secret commie. Don't you reckon? He's just like, yeah, we agree on a lot of these things. I like the fact that we agree on this stuff. Trump is a secret commie, bro. Hey, could you imagine him with a little Stalin, not little, a nice fat Stalin stash on there? Hey, it'd look good and like just a little bit curled at the end. Definite secret commie.
Word, but it's
so good. Groceries.
Affordability. Another word is
New
just
word.
groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And
in my opinion, fascism is terrible unless I'm the leader.
they're coming down high. They were, you know, word, but it's
another word.
There's affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani.
He is a Russian asset. A Russian commie asset. Dun, dun, dun. There it is. It's happened.
He often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. He doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
So you were with ICE? We were with ICE then?
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
Mr. Mamdani,
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to.
This is where they're slowly separating there. They're not holding hands right now. There's no one touching the other one. There's no moments where they're staring into each other's eyes right now. There's this other word, making ends meet. Like, haven't these normies heard of small $1 million loans? Like, relax, guy. Relax, guy. So good. Hey, making ends meet. Hey, what is this? Hey, it's up there with groceries and this new word I'm hearing of called affordability. What a great word. Where did they come up with these words, honestly? Mamdani is one of the greatest talkers in history of American politics, and it's extremely concerning. Look, he's good. He's some good rhetoric. He's quick. Why is it concerning? I would like to know more, Yoshi. Tell us. Yeah, he's just like, look, we talked about ICE, and he brought up as a situation that people don't really want to focus on too much, or like I guess the Republicans don't want to focus on too much about ICE tearing like people, like women and children apart, and like he brought it up. That was ballsy. Hey, Trump's not going to touch him anymore, and he was just like, no, we talked about crime, we didn't talk about ICE. Don't say the ICE word.
And I don't want to see crime, and I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that
he's too good. He's too down to earth. I don't trust people like that. Oh, so it's like a hunch. You got a feeling. Hey, can't trust those types.
Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies.
They're really touchy-feely.
We focused on affordability.
He just told the president. Did you see that? He was just like, I'll answer this one. And he's like, yeah, you go for it, bro. Do your thing. My brother from another mother. This is fucking crazy.
We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform, because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our
city. To be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
that's what you said.
No, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted synagogue.
Please, God.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it
Trump is putting Zion in a corner before he even takes office. If things go well, he's setting himself up so he can take all the credit. But when they don't, he can just continue to blame the radical left Democrats. That's interesting. Do you reckon that's what it is? Just like getting all chummy with him. He's like, yeah, we spoke. I told him to do that, actually. That was my advice. It's still my city. Yeah, interesting. And then if it doesn't, he's just a dirty fucking commie. I warned you. I warned you all. He's a dirty commie. He always has been, always will be.
a little bit difficult or not give as much. We want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being set. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't.
So he's admitting that the media that he reads doesn't give the picture that Zoran Mamdani's campaign has all been about building affordable housing. I think that's like one of the most fucking obvious things ever. So like, what media is he digesting that hasn't covered the fact that Zoran's basically his whole platform has been building affordable housing and getting that done? Seriously. Whenever people need a hero, we shall supply him. Albert Pike, 33rd degree Freemason. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see what your propaganda is like, Yoshi.
I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help.
It's really interesting, isn't it? He keeps talking about this fact that we agree on stuff. Is he trying to ride the wave? As in, like, the working people of America are coalescing around people that seem to be doing stuff on the affordability crisis, cost of living, inflation, like the general woes of this time in the capitalist world, where it's just not delivering because the distribution of wealth and the value that is created by the system just doesn't get to people in the way that, one, they expect, and then two, that they kind of had hoped for, or like based on the fact that they, maybe their parents or their grandparents were probably doing better than them. And so like they've got a bad view of how things are going as a result of that. And so like anyone who seems to be left or right doesn't matter. And this is like the beauty of like dissecting through the culture wars and like looking at people's real interests here. Anyone that gives some type of, sheds some light on this phenomenon that people are fucking fed up and struggling, then people are just going to jump on that train, and Trump's trying to get in on that. Is that what's going on here? This is weird. Such hard-hitting questions. He is a populist in a way. It's really clever. He's aligning himself with a doer in Mamdani. According to the vibe, it's exactly that. If we agree, we are the same. Keep voting Republican. That's an intense insight. If we agree, we are the same. So just keep voting Republican. It's fucking, we're all the fucking same anyway. Don't worry about it. Just keep doing what you're doing, people. Fuck. Yeah, he's in a win-win position, as Jack pointed out. Try and says what he thinks his people want to hear. I want Mamdani to ask Trump where the gender-neutral bathroom is. Yeah, right. I don't think Mamdani's in the position of asking questions right now. I wonder how my fellow Amish Americans are doing at the moment. Yeah, I wonder. That's a good question. Hey, not hanging out on Twitch, that's for sure.
They do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than...
It's horseshoe theory for us. Like, look at these two. They coming so far around. The extreme right and the extreme left, they're like literally touching each other in the White House. Hey? Watch out. I think this is a really bad look for Trump, Indoctrinathan says. He's not winning any favors with Mamdani's people or Dem voters. It just makes him look weak. Like, it's weird. I'm getting a weird vibe from this one. He backs both losers and now is bending over backwards at getting the winning side. His base are realizing now as well that he has no ideological motive but to stay in power. So they're freaking out now. He's being too pragmatic for his own good. So good. They're freaking out, man. They're freaking out. And while, he's here touching Mamdani and at the same time pressuring Marjorie Taylor Greene to go out. And she's the woman, she's the female Republican version of Zoran here. She's always talking about, affordability and doing stuff for working people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? It's so interesting. So we agree. I'm just like Bernie. Classic Trump. I love it. Like, seriously. Welcome, Jerry Poppins. Good to have you. Look at me. If Bernie bros vote for me, we must be the same. So good. Whenever you see two politicians side by side, you need to pay attention to their ties. The colors are always intentional. Yeah, I know. Like when footy players change jerseys at the end of a game or something like that. Like at the end of this speech, I wonder if they take their ties off and switch them over before they hit the showers together. They hit the showers together, Bubba style. What is it? What was it? It's not the Gulf of America anymore. It's the Gulp of America. That's right. Trump is bleeding voters right now without Kirk in his ear. He has no idea which direction to go. Interesting.
People thought, and when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But, no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. He's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. The plane.
He's sticking up for him. Why is he doing it so hard? Just hang him out to drive for a little bit. As Yoshi has already been saying, like he can speak. Zoran knows how to respond. This is interesting. He's really protecting him. Wow. Dilemmas. Now he will just follow the polls like our Liberal Party do. Volta, yeah, some right-wing figures are starting to say Trump is doing what's best for himself and not for America. Fuck, there really is some fracturing going on over there, isn't it? It was so tight before. King Trump had it. Trump only knows about Bubba-style showers, the gulp of America. It's just weird at this stage. Don Trump got our boys back. Yeah, it's weird. This is weird, man.
Plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There's this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it.
Fake news.
When was this written?
Fake news.
Yesterday?
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots.
Bet you they ordered them from fucking China, hey? Because America doesn't do shipbuilding like it used to. China's killing it. Like, there's a graph of like who produces the world's vessels, and like China is like 95% of the world's production comes out of China. It's crazy.
of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is
Bit of a
we're in the
sidestep
ninth
there.
consecutive.
Do you reckon he's ever said it? Do you reckon he must have said that America's government, the American government, is complicit in genocide, right? He's like, no, it was Israel that's doing the genocide. I wonder if he's ever said it. Because he's been quite the activist for a long time. Like, really been big in the pro-Palestinian movement. He must have implicated the American government at some point as being complicit in genocide. But, like, nice sidestep there. That was good.
Year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party?
I can't believe he let him get away with that, because Trump has been constantly saying the peace plan is fucking working, nothing to see here. And he just said there are violations of the peace plan going on all the time. And Trump just let that one go. Maybe he didn't hear it. This is very interesting. Trump is the personification of capitalism. Just when you think it's down and out, it finds a way to reinvent itself. That is a very good and a very interesting point there, that capitalism is a system that will change its ideological superstructure in order to continue its ability to reproduce itself. And so, like, you know, Trump really personifies that, really exemplifies that ability to morph. It's like that that character in Terminator 2 that's able to kind of just walk through fences and mold into different shapes and people and all that sort of stuff. It can take many forms as long as it survives. It all makes sense when you research the Vatican conspiracy and the eschatology of Gog and Magog. You know, I'm getting Ron vibes here hard from this stuff. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm speaking about there with the Vatican stuff. We'll have to see your propaganda, Yoshi. It might be a segment that we do when we go through this stuff. Did you see the clip of Trump saying that the Palestinians are doing very well? No, I haven't seen that. That's why, like, he let him slip just then. He let him just be like, he let him say that the peace plan is being violated. He didn't pull him up on it. Jerry Poppins. I see now Trump, by taking this position with Mamdani, is forcing Mamdani to backpedal on so many things that got him into office. He's making Mamdani discredit himself. That's some fucking 4D chess. Bet I'm trying to send. Bet I'm a try to send a few vids right now. Okay. All right.
And do you think leader Schumer's and leader Jeffries, have to follow?
Oh, he's
Mr.
laughing.
President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think leader Schumer's and leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look,
Oh, you're right, Ninja Nurse. Did you see that? Trump was looking at him for, hey, did you hear that? That's funny. And like Mamdani's not looking at Trump at all. It's very interesting, the body language, isn't it? Eh?
And do you think leader Schumer's and leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats. I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the five boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would love to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially...
Tom Jones is back. Let's go, Mamdani. Hard to beat. I said that.
Now, because I think you're at really a turning point.
Oh, you said that. Right. Okay, sorry. I thought that was Ninja Nurse who was saying that before. He's yearning for a connection and getting nothing. It is interesting. It's not looking back. Like sands through the hourglass. These are the days of Americans' lives.
One way or the other. It can go great or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead. One or two more. Go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting, that you people have gone crazy.
Tall, dark, and handsome. Hey, let's go, Mamdani. Hard to beat. What's going on here? Did Mamdani give Trump the Bubba treatment? Well, people have been speculating it was the other way around. Mamdani got the Bubba treatment, apparently. Hey? Just the way that the relationship's working at the moment.
Outside, you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press...
Yeah, we saw in the debate how incapable Zion is of looking at his opponents. It was unnerving. It was a bit unsettling how he wouldn't look at anyone, like kind of thing. He just smiles at the camera. Just smile, boys. Mystery doesn't have a bot yet. Yell at him about it until he does. Yeah, do that. Abuse me until it happens. I'm not Yoshi. I'm going to have a look at it today, just so you know. I'm going to vet your stuff first. I'm sorry. I know when I know it's safe, then we're gonna have a little watch party of your stuff. Oh, Trump's a throat goat by pleasure.
Has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point. And he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But
he's not programmed to say anything off script or look at his political adversaries. Yeah, well, not while they're talking about him either, right? Or they're attacking him. Just smile at the camera. Smile and wave. At some point, I'm expecting Melania to burst through the door and shout, "I'm pregnant," pointing at Zohan, and it's yours. Dun, dun, dun. Cue the close-ups. No, Discord and links is bot queue. Send out the Discord link. You really need to study other streams. Yeah, I know. I really should. But, hey, I don't know, man. That takes time. And like, you know, I just concentrate on my own streams. And raiding other people's streams. I'm quite the raider these days. I figured that out. You should be proud of me. I'm proud of myself.
different than, you know, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it.
I found it.
He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are many police
We admired
officers
how,
and
yeah, I
hospitals
know,
and
right? It's
this
pretty
year.
good. He did a fucking great job, and he brought everyone together. We admired how FDR saved capitalism. Tom Jones is back. Fox News shocked Trump like Mamdani, the jihadist. Yeah, what happened to all of that rhetoric, right? They're not a fucking jihadist anymore. Can't wait for Sky News to memory hold this. Yeah, we should get a Sky News opinion on this, don't you reckon?
In New York
We'll
City.
get there. We'll get there.
Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequence?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social workers?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained
a great police commissioner. Trump knows the Tisch family very well, I'm sure. Hey, there it is. We have to make it easier for pigs to play Candy Crush instead of enforcing the law. Yeah. There it is. Razors in the house. Yo, what's up? Trump will like that. He's obviously not fit to be the mayor. Look at him. He is an Indian Muslim. Is he really? Is that the take on him? That's all it comes down to. Razor. That's all it comes down to.
I think somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see the two disagreeing think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me or I'll convince him, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable, if he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Excuse?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future, throughout the administration?
I think we will. Yeah. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval?
Somebody said it. Who said that before about the jihadist thing? You said that, Tom Jones. She's making the call. You're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office. Don't worry about the Syrian president that came over here, who's literally was a terrorist, or classified as a terrorist. He's the real fucking threat right now in the Oval Office, the elected mayor of New York.
No, I know, but she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again, because New York was great. When I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
You chose not to answer the question about the synagogue protest.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
Fuck. Hey? Right? Trump called the meeting to an end, mate. Don't talk to the press. Get the fuck out of here. Do they think that jihad means killing all non-Muslims? Do they even know the meaning of jihad? Get out. Get out of the Oval Office. Get out of here. All right. Well, we made it to the end. Can you look at the last link I sent in the links for long-term listening? All right, I will. Like I said, I've got to vet you first. I'm sorry. But I'm going to check out your stuff. And if you're legit, I will play it in streams. We do this. I'm not lying. But I do have to vet you. I'm sorry. I can't do it live. Just in case you're going to, I don't know, troll me or something. Or get me hit up with some type of, I don't know, community guidelines infringement or something. No offense. I'm sure you are credible. I just need to check it out first. What are we going to do? Oh, yes. All right, so here is the next installment. Zohran Mamdani says he still believes Trump is a fascist. So, yeah. This has come out, I don't know, 11 hours ago. So we just saw them rubbing each other, like literally rubbing. Rubbing each other's arms and laughing, looking in each other's eyes, shaking hands, saying that they've had good meetings, all that sort of stuff. And now Zoran's going to make the call, it would seem. I don't want to watch the whole of this. I can't see him speak for another... 17 minutes. But I do want to see him pressed about whether he thinks that Trump is a fascist or not. So strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Were you surprised by the warm welcome that you got?
You know, I was looking forward to having the meeting with the president to speak about the needs of the 8.5 million people who call the same city we love home.
So quiet.
And to speak, frankly, about the affordability crisis that is pushing so many of them out of those 5 boroughs. And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities. And it
Groceries,
showed
there's that word again.
this is an opportunity to now start to deliver so that people can do more than just aspire to struggle in New York City, but actually to be able to live there.
But did you expect it to be so chummy? What was going through your head when you were standing there?
You know, I thought again and again about what it would mean for New Yorkers if we could establish a productive relationship that would focus on the issues that those New Yorkers stay up late at night thinking about. Because so often in our politics, we try and tell people what they should be worried about, what they should be concerned about. But when you actually ask New Yorkers and you listen to them, you hear it come back to the issues that animated not just the conversation the president and I had with the press after our meeting, but frankly in the meeting itself. It was a
Talk about
conversation
Trump.
where we spoke about the need to deliver on this agenda. And I appreciated that when the president, when we had that meeting, it wasn't just in the Oval Office. He also took me into the cabinet room. And there we were looking at portraits of presidents of years gone by. And we admired a portrait of FDR. And in many ways, when I think about the candidacy that we've put forward, it looks to Theodore.
He's literally a broken record. He
mayor.
said the same fucking thing again. It's crazy, isn't it? He just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. I'm going to try and control F fascist here, see if I can do that. Okay, it's around here. Let's go to here. Trump is a great guy. Look at all this rope he gave me. To do what with, Jerry? What's he going to do with the rope, eh? I can't find the grocery app. Is it a Play Store? Is it on Play Store or Apple? It actually means struggle for God. Oh wait, that's to something else that you're ex-Muslim certified. Well, as a Muslim, I see it differently. Jihad literally means to dedicate your life to God with your wealth, your children, and your soul. But this applies to cases in wars against enemies, not killing innocent people? Question mark. All right, give me one moment. I will be back. Let's do this. I want to see him get around this question about whether Trump is still a fascist or not.
And to me, that is something that I know that they can do, that they have done, and they will continue to do under my leadership.
So he didn't rule it out in your meeting?
I made it very clear what we wanted to do was to deliver public safety and affordability, and the NYPD would be the ones to do so.
In that press conference with President Trump, a reporter asked you whether you believe that President Trump is in fact a fascist, a word that you've used in the past. You were about to answer, then President Trump sort of jumped in and he said, quote, "That's okay, you can just say yes. It's easier than explaining it." So, Mr. Mayor-elect, just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do?
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment.
I said yes, and I stand by it. He's a goddamn fascist. There it is.
And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordability crisis for New Yorkers.
You've also said in the past that President Trump has engaged in a, quote, attack on our democracy. You've called him a despot. Do you still believe President Trump is a threat to the democracy?
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe. And that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table. Because I'm not coming into the Oval Office to make a point or make a stand. I'm coming in there to deliver for New Yorkers. And a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter 3 words to describe myself. I said, New York City. And that's what animated that conversation. How do we deliver for the people of New York City?
I think that some of your supporters would be curious to know. You say you stand by your past statements that, yes, he's a threat to the democracy. How do you square working with someone who you still think is a threat to the democracy?
I think working for the people of New York City demands that you work with everyone and anyone, and that you always look to find those areas of agreement while not overlooking the places of disagreement. And I think this was something that came up in our meeting. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about the fact that in New York City, we have sanctuary city policies that allow for the city to work with the federal government on around 170 serious crimes. The concern for so many New Yorkers comes about anything beyond that. And I spoke about the importance of us being able to protect New Yorkers, and some of the incidents that we see, they do not do that.
You raised the issue of sanctuary cities, so I want to speak to you more broadly about the issue of immigration. This is one that is so critical to New York, the rest of the country as well. One of your top supporters, Senator Bernie Sanders, recently weighed in on President Trump's record managing the border. He compared it to former President Biden. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
That's it. That's pretty lame. It was pretty tame. I wouldn't say lame. Yeah, if he truly believes he's a fascist, then what makes him think he's going to find common ground or compromise with him? Naive little puppy. It's an interesting one. Hey? It's an interesting one. Like, he's in a bind. Like, he obviously needs some type of traction to work within the existing system to get his campaign trail promises off the ground. But, like, does he need to work with Trump to be able to do that? Doesn't he have to just work at the state level? Does he need a federal level or the executive to be able to pull out any of those things? Or was this just, you know, an opportunity? Like, they both understand, like, Trump and him could have had a meeting, but Trump is the guy that loves to have the press conference as well. And so, like, that was Trump's move. Got to maintain funding from the feds. Yeah. Okay. But, like, I thought it all comes via the state. So it's an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. But he's still a fascist. So if there was any speculation on that, because it wasn't very clear in the meeting, because Trump was speaking over the top of him, but he maintains that, yes, Trump is a fascist. So you don't have to answer that one. You don't have to explain that one. Just say yes. It's easier than explaining it. Interesting. All right, so we're all clear. Trump is a fascist, according to a democratic socialist jihadist. Young New Yorkers got gaslit into voting for a radical centrist. LOL. There it is. The radical centrist come back. The radical centrists, you got to watch out. The more things change, the more they stay the same. There it is. There it is. All right, we are switching gears. Yeah, but Trump is an idiot who can be manipulated. Do you reckon that's what it all comes down to? Nope, feds take a lot of tax money and divide it between states as well as state taxes. A city as large as New York needs external funding. Only 6% of New York City's operating budget comes from federal government. But I thought he was going to raise a bunch of money by taxing the rich and corporations. That's pretty funny. Well, he is. He's still going to do that. Get those richies. Richie rich. All right, where are we going? We're changing gears. We're going to one of my favorite, and I know your favorite tech bros out there, for the real goss. So recently there was the Saudi Arabian king, I believe, came to the US of A to, what was it Trump said, invest $1 trillion in the US economy. And as part of that, they had the Saudi Investment Forum, which I think took place in Washington, if I am correct. No, this doesn't say the description here. But yeah, they had a Saudi Investment Forum. And so this Saudi, I guess, minister was speaking to Jensen and Musk, two of like the most prominent tech bros in an American sense. And like, my position on like kind of the analysis of where we're at with capitalism. And there is like kind of this theory called surveillance capitalism. And so there's a lady by the name of Shoshana Zuboff, who has this theory that we've moved into a different style of capitalism now, and it's one based on surveillance technologies. So the Internet of Things, the telecommunications networks that can, Saudi Arabia is a good dog, yeah, especially if it's going to be, spending all of its nice oil money on the American economy for some of that protection. We need that good old protection. These two tech bros, and like she speaks about this idea of surveillance capitalism, and how like all of the telecommunications infrastructure all around the world is leading to a new phase in this mode of production. So things are done differently now. They're done through the electronic world, through the virtual world, and it's an exchange between kind of the market and value production, in the sense that like everyone is kind of controlled now through data extraction, whether you be consumer or worker. The capitalist class themselves, everybody relies on the surveillance of the market system in order to kind of have capitalism work. Capitalism doesn't work in the marketplace anymore as such, like this antiquated idea of the marketplace where like people go into the public realm to kind of exist in a capitalistic sense. It's all pretty much done like what we're doing at the moment through digital means, and like that entails a large amount of surveillance capability. So everything that happens in the digital realm can be traced, basically, and that trace is data, and that data is then processed and turned into value for the capitalist class. But like it also leads to a level of behavioral modification. Like we are actually, through those same means, through that same system of surveillance, our kind of existence, our behaviors are modified, and then we relate differently to the market system because we are manipulated by it through good understandings of us as individuals and as clusters and groups of individuals, and like basically as market trends. And like everything's controlled kind of through this ecosystem now, this surveillance ecosystem. And so like these are the two pretty prominent mofos, let's be honest. CEO of Tesla, CEO of Nvidia, they're both the classic rags to riches story. They worked really hard and they brought their companies up from nothing, and now they're multi billionaires, and they're leading the world economy basically down a certain path. He makes the hardware. He makes some pretty important hardware, and he makes hardware too, but not just the digital tech, just like for the digital spaces and the Internet of Things. He's making stuff across the new age spectrum, which includes space exploration and the domination of the new space race and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, these two prominent capitalists will give us their insights, I'm believing, in this investment forum about where we're going in terms of where they're going to be focusing, these tech bros. So like I said, they're pushing the economy. Whether they're pushing the whole economy, you argue, but like their movement drags the entire world economy with it. Even if they go off in their own direction, everything kind of is pushed and like dragged by that gravitational force, and like they're important figures. So I think let's have a listen to where they think capitalism is going, and they're making predictions about what the future of investment and the future of the human race will be like in a world that becomes more and more consolidated in the hands of tech bros and tech giants like these two. Did you see, like 2 years ago, Wendy's beta tested live AI tracked supply demand price changing at certain locations? Interesting. That's mental. Like capitalists already do this sort of stuff anyway. Like I know in Sydney, there's kind of like a line, and like in the nice eastern areas near to the coastline where the richer people live, things like McDonald's is actually cheaper. And like where you draw a line on the western part of Sydney, where there's people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that will more likely live on McDonald's, it's actually more expensive for poorer people than it is for richer people. So like they've been doing this, but now it's all kind of AI tracked. Interesting. America just wants its piece of the Middle East. Oops, did I spell peace wrong? Hey? No, I don't think I did. Very good. Clever. I like that.
SpaceX, founder of XAI, and Jensen Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA.
The Red Rooster line.
Please have a seat. Now I'm sure we can do a bigger round of applause for one of the greatest two leaders of our history. Let's go ahead. So we're talking about, I lost count, $7 to $8 trillion worth of market cap, comp, I lost count. But right now, we're here to celebrate a historic moment. A moment that yesterday during the dinner, and thank you for joining us under the patronage of the Honorable President and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Musaidi, where we had the pleasure to hear it firsthand. This is the greatest alliance between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States, where we have joined hands and you have helped us build our energy-based economy, fueling and energizing the industrial age, and now fast forward, going to the intelligence age, where we can fuel AI, factories, robotics, AVs, and all of the rest. Speaking of that, let's start with you, Elon, if you don't mind, Jensen. Feel free to chime in. You have a big fascination of something all of us have admired, first-order thinking.
People say that Zuckerberg is a lizard, but just look at Elon. Eh? Come on. He's just weird. He's not a lizard. Surely he's not. Basically, you don't find any RRs in wealthy suburbs. And there's a clean line in Sydney that divides the areas. That's crazy. No red rooster in wealthy suburbs. Eh? That's like there was a South Park episode ages ago about like how KFC got outlawed and then it becomes like illegal because they outlawed KFC in low income areas to, I don't know, combat obesity or something. But like KFC was only in low income areas, so it was basically outlawed and becomes like kind of underground and turns into like a drug ring. It's an interesting concept, isn't it?
What Jensen sometimes calls first order scaling, which is an opportunity for how you have dropped the cost of batteries from $1,000 for kilowatt hour to sub $100. And right now you're doing the same thing with robotics for actuators with servo rotors and motors. So I want to hear from you, how do you manage to always disrupt every single industry with that thinking?
Well, it's mostly not disruption, it's creation. So with, say, SpaceX, with reusable rockets, there really weren't any reusable rockets. But the essence of revolutionizing space travel is reusability.
It helps when you have fucking hundreds of millions of dollars at your disposal and friends that will bail you out and help you out with that stuff too, that will invest in you. It's almost like being on top in this system, this bourgeois system, allows you to do incredible things. Who would have thought, eh?
Get away every time. The cost of access to space is extremely high. With respect to electric cars, there weren't any electric cars when we started making them, really.
A new red rooster just opened in my area, LOL. Eh? I know the feeling. I've got red roosters in my area too. Eh? I'm definitely in the working class part of Sydney, that means.
You couldn't buy any, to the best of my knowledge. So with Tesla, we wanted to make electric cars compelling and affordable. That was the goal. with respect to humanoid robotics, there are no useful humanoid robots at this point. There are sort of gimmicks, but there are no actually useful humanoid robots. And I think Tesla's going to make the first actually useful humanoid robots. And this will be quite a revolution, and I think something that everyone will want. Because I always think of like, who wouldn't want their own personal C-3PO R2-D2?
Oh, yeah?
Of course. Everyone would want one, right? And then there would be many in industry providing products and services. This is why I say that humanoid robots will be the biggest industry, or the biggest product ever. Bigger than cell phones or anything else, because everyone's going to want one, and or maybe more than one, and there'll be many in industry.
I just want R2-D2 in C-3PO's body.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I mean, a humanoid robot would be better than R2-D2 and C-3PO combined.
Yeah.
I wonder the correlation between red roosters and One Nation vote swings. Too late, Elon. China did it first. So there you go. Hey, who's winning the race, really? Let's see.
Times 10.
Yeah.
So people often talk about sort of eliminating poverty and that kind of thing, but really how long have they been talking about that? There's lots of talk. There's lots of NGOs sort of trying to do these things, but really not succeeding. And the evidence speaks for itself. But AI and humanoid robots will.
What did he ask him? Why are you such a disruptor? And now he's talking about why no one can eradicate poverty. Because it's a systemic issue based on this mode of production. Like, it's actually there. So you can treat the symptoms all you want, but that's all you're doing is treating the symptoms. Like, he's got some incredible insights. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this itself. But AI and humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies that make humanoid robots.
Robots are going to eliminate poverty. This is why we're watching this. If you're wondering, like, where the fuck are we going with this? Like I said, these are the tech bros, potentially techno-feudalists. Depends on where you sit, but let's all agree that they're tech bros. They're important for the economy. I have made the argument for a long time now that these guys are probably the most important sections of the bourgeoisie. I don't say that, I'm not insinuating at all that they control the world economy in its entirety and they have this one grand plan and we're going in that direction, but they produce value, these tech bros, and they control a considerable amount of value. Not like financial tech bros who just kind of buy stocks and, speculate on shit. Like, these guys are making stuff, and like capitalism at the end of the day does come down to that. So their decisions do materialize, and then people get onto the stuff that they produce. Whether or not that stuff is worth consuming or not, that's a fucking irrelevant question. They produce this shit and they convince us all that we should have it through clever marketing and the general way that we are indoctrinated in this system to just consume stuff and buy it. And so they're important to listen to. And he's saying it, he's calling it, robotics is the thing that's going to eliminate poverty. And how? How do you go from robots, being more involved in our everyday life? So everybody having a C-3PO. How do you go from having a C-3PO, your own personal robot, slave, basically, to eliminating poverty? These are how these guys are thinking. I wonder how he makes that connection.
But there is only basically one way to make everyone wealthy, and that is AI and robotics.
And we can't talk about robotics without AI factories. And yesterday was such a historic day for the two nations, but also for all of us, where we celebrate the AI strategic partnership with the U.S., signed, witnessed by the Honorable President and His Royal Highness, about how we are committing our capital, energy, land to energize the AI U.S. ecosystem, to be able to build inference nodes, training nodes, and to be the most AI-enabled nation. With that announcement, tell me what's What's next in AI factories, Jensen?
There's a beautiful story about how Saudi Arabia is building AI refineries and now building.
I was taking a Mamdani and thought I heard robots are going to end poverty. So what we're hearing, robots are going to end poverty. Yoshi, Elon Musk is an evil, evil man who I detest. But if he ever delivers on his promise of AI cat girls, then all is forgiven. Androids will be a huge hit till the first viral video of a guy getting his dick ripped off mid-vinegar stroke. Man, yep, a Terminator robot will fix poverty. This is where it's like, there's a lot of the rhetoric in this stuff is like, just believe in us, give us the means to just, you know, do whatever we want with the economy, like the real value that is out there and being produced. Give us all the means necessary, and like, you know, kill the regulations around this stuff. Allow it to become ubiquitous across the economy. Everyone should get access to a robot. Everyone should have AI access, which like supports them and their endeavors at the moment, which is to kind of, you know, make a lot of money in the process of that, producing data centers, producing the hardware, the tech that goes with it. They produce this stuff. This is as old as capitalism itself, this type of understanding. They just have a really good narrative. Like before it was like, you know, these lofty ideas of, you know, the American dream, and like everyone should have a car in their driveway. And so like, you know, you had the age of Fordism and like manufacturing of cars and consumer goods, like white goods and stuff like that, dominated what was the idea of an affluent existence in the capitalist world. So everybody got on top of the latest mod cons, right? And like they had air conditioning, and they had a washing machine, they had a car or two, they had a house with a white picket fence, all this sort of stuff. That was how we convinced all the capitalist classes that were producing real value, industrial capitalists, convinced the world to buy all of their stuff. And now it's all about AI, and AI is not only going to be this force that liberates humanity, it's also going to be, robots are going to fucking end poverty, right? They're just going to be these amazing things that just end world poverty. And like, but like, what type of world is that where robots are so integrated into the world system that there's no one who's poor anymore? Is what everybody is kind of equally unemployed and living off a government stipend, and like they just are served by these C3PO entities in their homes that follow them around all the time and do like menial tasks for them. And so like people don't have to do annoying stuff anymore. They don't have to do annoying tasks, and they just live these existences where they're just fed, like they're given a UBI and they just kind of do nothing. They don't produce any value for society anymore, and it's just a bunch of tech bros that control everything. Is that how you eliminate poverty? Everyone's just equally the same, apart from the tech bros that control everything. Do we have a bet on how long it will be from the first humanoid robot made by these guys to become a sex bot? Sex bot as a service? That'll sell like crazy. That's probably the first thing they're going to work on, let's be honest. Like they've already got them anyway. They just can't like walk around yet. That's the first thing that they'll do, for sure. Unless it's predicted like as Dilemma said, until somebody gets dismembered by one of them. But like people won't stop using it after that though, Dilemmas. People are like, oh man, that's really unfortunate. That poor guy. Now, back to my sex bot. Trust a white South African to suggest robot slave ownership to be the solution to all our problems. Yeah, it's interesting. We've kind of come full circle in terms of modes of production as well. Like for the longest time, humans lived with slavery as a mode of production in a class society, because slavery is really fucking important. Like if you can get other humans to do all the other stuff that you know you should be doing, or that you need to do because that's the way the society functions, and like you can afford to have somebody else to do it, and you can just have them owned as property rights, and like there's a whole legal structure and a societal structure that supports you owning somebody else so they do stuff, so that frees you up to do other things. then like that's a form of societal structure that has hung around for thousands of years. Until you kind of got, I guess you would say, to feudal systems where like slavery was like more taboo, not eradicated, but more taboo. And like people were tied to the land, and that's how you produced value, as opposed to like having people own each other. And then now you can just hire people instead. So wage labor is a system of just like hiring labor. And so like soon it will be going back to the original system, which was like, it was really convenient having other people just do your shit for you and freeing you up entirely to do other things. But you had to be able to afford to have humans as property. So you had to be kind of a citizen and above in order to be able to play in that system. Like what he's talking about is like, now humans will be liberated from labor, like unnecessary labor, as opposed to creativity and like value creation. They'll be able to live their existences and have robots kind of do everything for them, like slaves, basically, as Indoctrinathan is saying. And like, it's funny that we've come full circle, that like instead of creating a society that liberates the individual, we just produce consumer goods that means we don't have to do the washing anymore, and like maybe it'll do some paperwork for you as well, and it'll follow you around and make you a cup of tea. Like that's our solution to liberating people in this style of surveillance capitalism that they're talking about here. They'll just put a robot in everyone's house and you'll have a personal assistant. Everybody gets a fucking personal assistant. That's it. It's very interesting stuff. Eliminate poverty. Not sure about others, but I haven't met any poverty-stricken robots, but I've met plenty of poor humans. I wonder how AI will end poverty. But this is the conversation, and they're using this. This is an investment forum, and like all these top investors who push the economy forward in a certain direction, whether it's a good direction or not, who knows? Because it's not planned. It's the free market, baby. But they're all just like, yeah, let's eliminate poverty. Let's all invest in fucking robots. That'll be the thing. Mad Mystery, you're talking about the section of Dawn of Everything where David Graeber talks about this. Slavery became tied to equality. Yes. Trust Porto to agree. The history of slavery. Porto to argue the history of slavery. Interesting. Ahaha. Hasn't America been one of the best allies of slavery? Look at what they've done for the open slavery market in recent years. Capitalism, baby. Yeah, well, slavery still exists. I think that we just call it human trafficking now. Yeah. But like, don't worry. Soon there'll be robots that can do all that sort of stuff. I guess that's the message here. And so like they're confusing, human labor, like needing humans to fill in the gaps where the market can't really deliver now because humans are cheap. And they're just like, look, let's just patch up the last remnants of where humans are used as cheap labor. Let's just patch that up with fucking robots. And then we'll be able to watch everyone from within their homes, right? Actually, we call it the prison industrial complex now. Yeah, that too, right? Yeah, they use them as almost slave labor. What do they call? Pay them like a few dollars a day, or maybe a couple of dollars an hour, depending on where they are, to do labor. Interesting.
AI or oil refiners to AI factories.
I love that.
I've said that AI is an infrastructure, and the reason for that, of course, we understand AI from the perspective of the technology and how it's revolutionizing every industry. Digital intelligence, of course, has applications into every field. And so it's going to be used by every company, every industry, every country. In that way, it's foundational, and therefore it's part of infrastructure. What is new about AI from a computer science perspective is that the way computing was done in the past was largely retrieval-based computing. Mm-hmm. Somebody typed in a story, or somebody created a piece of art, or came up with 4 versions of a digital ad, or It's all pre-built by somebody, which is then using a system to retrieve the appropriate version for you. It's a retrieval-based computing model. Hadoop and many of the frameworks and operating systems of the past, all designed to retrieve the appropriate information for you. But today, software is going to be generated in real time. It's generative. Based on the context, based on the circumstance, based on who you are, based on the problem you asked, based on your prompt, it will generate unique content for you.
The Amish definitely going to use it. Everyone's going to use it. We're going to, Dilemmas, we are going to delegate the role of slavers to the robots. You meant to say slavery, right? Hey? Right?
Every single time for everybody, it's unique. When you use Grok, every time you use it is different. Just based on the right, based on the prompt that you give it, and based on the circumstance, and so therefore, it used to be retrieval based. Today, it's generative, and if it's generative, then and every time is different, then you need AI factories all over the world to generate the content in real time, which is the reason why you need AI factories. And this is a unique way of doing computation, but the benefit, of course, is that everything isn't preconceived and pre-documented, and it's contextually sensible and therefore intelligent.
So AI factories and robotics, and we heard it yesterday from His Royal Highness, his vision, how to augment our workforce with roughly tens of millions of robotics to be able to infuse the next wave of productivity and progress. But this scares a lot of folks here when it comes to the future of jobs. So let's hear about your thoughts, Elon and Jensen, on that.
Lost tribes in the Amazon, they definitely need it. Yeah, they don't know they need it yet. So they need to be brought to the market and civilized, and then be given robots that can then help them in the Amazon somehow. They just don't know what they need. That's the real thing. I didn't know Jensen didn't own anything other than a leather jacket. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, actually, look at him in his suit. I never thought about that. Every time I see him, he's in like, yeah, kind of popped collar, like leather jacket.
Sure. Well, if you say like in the long term, where will things end up? Long term, I don't know what long term is. Maybe it's 10, 20 years, something like that. For me, that's long term. My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So
we'll take that.
Yeah. I mean,
can we just take a moment to realize what he just said then? Work will be optional. So he's envisaging a future 10 to 20 years from now, thanks to the technology that him and his fellow tech bros are producing. And not only is he going to eliminate poverty with it, but work will be optional. Now, if any of you are a little bit worried about this type of language, let me just tell you this. Or if you think that that's fucking attractive, this idea that you could have a society structured in some way where work is optional, I've got a little book for you to read. It's called The Communist Manifesto. Now, this is the idea that you can contribute what you can, and you can take from society what you need. It's a very interesting realization that the logical conclusion of society as productive as capitalist one, where we have incredible industrial technology that produces so much value that it gets to a point of technological sophistication and thus abundance, where people can basically are just provided for because of our technology allows people to be catered for with, most of their needs. Their basic needs are met, let's say, like things that are, basically human rights. Those things are covered, and so people aren't forced to sell themselves on a labor market in order to cover those necessities. And at that point, work will become optional. People will do things because they value that style of labor, that style of effort, that style of commitment. They will do things because they want to contribute somehow. So like maybe people will go into, computer science like these guys because they want to further develop technology. Maybe they'll go into robotics because they want to further develop that. They've got an interest in it. Maybe they will go into, I don't know, some type of biology, or like trying to understand ecology because they want to improve or they want to benefit our natural environment. Like people will gravitate towards work because it's optional. They can choose whether they want to participate in a particular endeavor because it is something that they feel strongly about or they feel drawn to. So he's describing, and I'm sorry if this shocks any of you listening to this, but he's describing a communistic style of society where, because of the means, the general abundance in society, people will choose whether they want to contribute or not. And if they don't, that's fine too. If people are covered because he's eliminated poverty and his robots have, and now people choose whether they want to work or not because they live in a society that supports them thanks to, said technological developments, then, maybe people want to just play video games all day, then they can do something like that. If people want to, I don't know, fish all day long, they can do that as well. Like it's really up to them. But like that doesn't just come, and here's the realization, and this is where he's just talking out of his ass here. This doesn't come though from someone just flicking the switch on new technology and everyone being like, oh my God, isn't this amazing? That comes from a conceded effort on societal change. So not only does people like him have to develop the technology that liberates people and allows them to say, hey, work is now optional, but like they also have to set up a system, a social form of social organization where that will be facilitated. Like you could argue right now we already have technology that allows work to be optional, but we don't have a social structure that values that. And so just because he produces a bunch of robots that make a world possible where people have workers being optional, doesn't mean it's going to happen by default just because we have the technology. We need to actually organize for that, agitate for that, like create a new system where that technology is available and is utilized by society, by everyone, to allow work to be optional, as opposed to just line the fucking pockets of him and people like him. Is what he's talking about. It's possible, but it won't just happen by default because, like I said, someone flicks the switch on and everybody gets a robot tomorrow. That won't happen. You also have to change, like reconstitute society, basically. It depends on the definition of work. I love how the most appealing aspects of these douchebaggers' worldview is based on socialism and communism. That's what they're describing. A world without poverty, a world where people don't actually have to, basically do menial tasks anymore. They're liberated from kind of the general arduousness of the human existence. And work is then optional, like in a system that is defined by the fact that you have divisions of labor and people go to work and they sell themselves in the labor market so they can exist. Like we all go out and we somehow trade our labor power, our effort, our ability to make value. Somehow we trade that on the labor market so we can get a ticket into this system and we can afford an existence. Like they're talking about removing all that sort of stuff and work just potentially being optional. Like this is all fucking commie talk. They'd never call it that though. They never call it that. Food and shelter will be optional. Don't mind working, just fair pay, rewarding work. Yeah, well, that's an interesting one, right? Getting actually paid for the value you produce. Hey, there's some more pie in the sky stuff. Yeah, I'd love to be playing Ark Raiders all day right now, but Elon's not going to make a future like that happen. He'll actually make Ark a reality, not a game. It won't take human issues out of it. But getting rid of economic concerns, which are BS, is a good start. That's right. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget it. Where are we? What time is it? The date is 24. All right, let's keep going. I would just jerk circle with the homies all day. Hey? Yeah, why not? Hey? Jerk circle with the homies all day. Maybe you can get some tips from Trump, huh? On how to bubble that shit up. Hey? If it's optional, Trump will be doing it for free anyway, don't worry. Fair week's wage for a fair day's work. Hey, hey, listen to you fucking commie dilemmas. Hey? That's some real working class rhetoric right there. Just the tip. All right, back to it.
It'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that. If you want to work, in the same way, like you can go to the store and just buy some vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your backyard. It's much harder to grow vegetables in your backyard, but some people still do it because they like growing vegetables. That will be what work is like, optional. Now, between now and then, there's actually a lot of work to get to that point.
He's talking about fucking communism. He really is. Like, I wonder if they understand what they're saying. Such a social libertarian with that comment. Yeah, I know. I was surprised, Dilemmas.
And I always recommend people
crazy.
read Ian Banks' culture books to get a sense for what a probable positive AI future is like. And interestingly, in those books, money is no longer...
Yeah, you have to be able to have a backyard to be able to grow things in it. It's hard, but like some people just like growing stuff. So what?
Doesn't exist. It's kind of interesting. And my guess is, if you go out long enough, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which seems likely, the money will stop being relevant at some point in the future.
Are you listening to this? He just said there will be a cashless society. Money will lose its relevance when people find work optional in the future in a society where people are generally abundant. Are we listening to this? These guys are fucking communists. They just have no idea. Like, and this is the one thing that they will not talk about. They will talk about all of the nice stuff in communism, like this idea that you can have a cashless society. You can have a society where there's general abundance, where people don't have to work and labor away anymore. But like the one thing that fucking ties all of that stuff together, the one thing is the class relation and the property rights. Okay, who owns all the fucking robots then? Who makes all the fucking robots? Who controls all the robots? You. So it's always going to be a class system. And so like you're talking about some world where people don't have to work anymore. There's no poverty anymore because we say there's no poverty anymore. And we say you don't have to work anymore because there's robots that can do it better than you. And so even if you like to do it, then you're not going to be able to do it anyway because no one will be able to afford the insurances necessary to be able to work because no one will trust humans anymore because machines will be able to do it more precisely. But who owns the machines? And that will set up that is the distinction about whether you are in a liberated system where you truly choose not to work anymore or whether you can't work anymore because all of the control has been centralized into the hands of a few people that basically control all of this technology. They own all of this technology. It's a massive distinction. Old homes get bought by companies that split property to create smaller homes. I grow a lot of plants. LOL, I'm lucky. If we cut enough government, it's doable. Eh? It sounds good, but he wants to be the one in control, yeah. Then why does he need $1 trillion pay package? Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? It's not adding it up, is it? Eh? Money's going to be useless in the future, but not now. It has great social power. It's like a commie system, but people don't have a say. Yeah, people have no control. Yeah. I feel like Elon Musk is the anti-commie guy in the last of it when he describes communism and the commune, like they are enduring the apocalypse, and the wife is like, so communism, we're communists. And he can't compute. The Last of Us. Oh, okay, it's the show, The Last of Us. Right. So communism. We're communists then. No. That's not communism. It's basically what righties claim all communism is. Authoritarian. Yeah. And isn't it interesting that it'll be that type of society where no one works, no one's, no one needs to work anymore, everyone's free, and all that sort of stuff. And everyone has everything catered for them by robots, right? That are all controlled by one person. That'll be pretty fucking authoritarian. Yeah. Maybe they're all right at the end of the day. The form of communism that works in this system is in the capitalist mode of production is only an authoritarian style of communism. So unless you leave the capitalist mode of production behind, all you're going to get is this fucking authoritarian shit. And it's just tech authoritarianism, techno-feudalism, as some will call it. It'll be a cashless society. Don't worry about it, baby. You won't need money anymore. It'll just be who controls through the property rights.
Now, there will still be constraints on power, like electricity and mass. The fundamental physics elements will still be constraints. But I think at some point, currency becomes irrelevant.
Jensen, any thoughts?
By the way, the NVIDIA earnings call is later today.
And by the way, since currency is relevant.
Cheers.
Elon just wants to share with you some breaking news.
It's pretty fucking creepy that they're laughing about this as well, I must say.
The two of us who like to share some breaking news. Let's see. I would say there's different horizons you could look at. Everybody's jobs will be different. I think that's for sure. How the students learn will be different. How people do their work will be different, obviously, because a lot of the things that we do mundanely or arduously or very difficultly are going to be done very simply. And so we're going to be more productive from that sense. One of the things that I will say is that for most people or a company, if your life becomes more productive, and if the things that you're doing with great difficulty become simpler, it is very likely, because you have so many ideas, you'll have more time to go pursue things. It is my guess that Elon will be busier as a result of AI. I'm going to be busier as a result of AI. And the reason for that is because we have so many ideas we want to pursue, so many things that we still have in our backlog inside our company that we can go pursue. If we were more productive, we can get to those things faster.
It's actually not that. Actually, it's not the fact that you have fucking more ideas and you've had all these ideas all the time and you really just wanted to be able to enact those ideas, but you've never been able to because you were never productive enough. And so you get bogged down in things that take time because you just can't get to that level of desired productivity. No, it's actually not that. It's actually the way that we use technology in a market system. And the way that we use technology is to actually squeeze more out of the labor that we have in the economy. So we might lay off heaps of people as a result of AI, right? Like we don't need as many customer service agents, or we don't need as many entry-level lawyers anymore. It's what happens then is if the technology replaces that or replaces some of people's functions, and so you need less people in the workforce, the people that are left behind actually get squeezed harder. So they will be busier, is because technology frees up them to be squeezed harder. This is actually a phenomenon within capitalism that Marx actually described, 150 years ago, when people were scratching their heads and they're just like, we brought in this new technology that's actually supposed to have made, like people more productive. Like we can actually, it produces more linen, or it produces more cars or something like that. But like people are not actually, working 4-hour days now. They're still working 8-hour days, or they're going to start working 10-hour days. And like they're busier, they're being squeezed more. So the technology doesn't free you up. And it's not because when technology takes over another task, you can do 10 more now, kind of thing, in this like, weird kind of CEO world where they think that life is just about them having brilliant ideas and everyone's role is to bring their brilliant ideas into fruition. It's actually technologically based. The technology in this system is about squeezing more labor out of people that are in the economy, including these guys, including them as well. So like if they get better technology, that means the few people that are left in the system, the smaller shrinking number of people that are left in the system when everybody else is like, when other people are laid off, they just get squeezed harder. They get squeezed harder for the same value, or they'll keep the same amount of people and then they can just be like, hey, we can just be doubly as profitable now, and we'll get the same amount of people to do fucking more, squeeze out more value so they can profit off it. So until we get rid of this idea that technology helps us get more profits, that gets to more profits, then like this idea is never going to go away. That the technology is not there to make our lives easier, to give us a reduced working day. Now everybody gets to work 4 hours, or maybe everyone gets to work 4 days a week instead of 5. It doesn't work like that. If a technology comes in and makes you more productive, it's just going to squeeze more shit out of you. It's actually a very interesting phenomenon that happens all the time. And people are always like, yeah, but like, I thought we were going to make, this was going to make our lives easier. Why am I working more? Like, look at what's happened with people that are office workers and like work from home and stuff like that. Like their lives now meld into their work. Before there was a separation. When they went to the office, they got to shut off at a certain time when they came home. Now, right to disconnect, all that stuff is pretty hard because people work from home, and like their home is now their workplace. It's all melding into one. The richest people on earth laughing about the potential irrelevance of currency. Yeah, it's pretty scary stuff, isn't it? I can laugh about the potential irrelevance of their heads on their bodies, which may be very likely to be potential. Eh? It is pretty scary, wasn't it? It was creepy when they were laughing about that. It's just like, ha, ha, ha. We don't even need currency soon. We're just going to control all this shit and direct the economy. We won't even need currency to do it. So good. Hey? Laughing like a room of people that have never traded brow sweat for groceries. Yeah, it's so good. What are these grocery things? Have you heard of this new word? I hear the working people talking about it. It's called affordability. Yeah, but me as CEO and future trillionaire will have more time and money to do stuff. It's not about you. Jeez. Well, being rich is fine, but if you don't even have time to spend on yourself or your family, then that's really futile and useless. Who needs wealth if they don't have time to enjoy it? So that's what I was saying. Like, the phenomenon is this. It's not just working people that squeeze. Like, they don't understand their own phenomenon. But like they get squeezed for it too. They just think, oh, I've got all this time now to, fulfill my beautiful ideas. Okay, it's the hierarchical system that you work in that allows you to pursue more of your ideas, but you're getting squeezed. You're getting squeezed to do more in the pursuit of profit, and that is the thing. Like it's not. You're right, Razor. It's not freeing them up to enjoy more of it. They feel compelled to squeeze out more because if they don't, then like they're going to get beaten by some other capitalist that's going to do it. Or maybe China will do it. Then we're all fucked. Eh? And then like the American capitalist class is completely irrelevant after that. Yeah, the more productive the technology is, the more humans will have to compete with that productivity. And also, extreme wealth is not even considered a dream for everyone. So why do we have to make it seem like it's a goal for all humans? This is what the capitalist world we live in promotes. It's easier to blow something up than build it. So I've heard, allegedly. Just saying. Just saying.
And so in the near term, I would say that there's every evidence that we will be more productive and yet still be busier because we have so many ideas. One thing that I will say...
See? It's just because we have fucking ideas. Because you, right there, your mind won't switch off. So when technology comes in, Remember this, when technology comes in and makes, your life easy, it takes away menial tasks or like repetitive tasks or something like that, ingests a certain part of your workflow, it's just because you have fucking awesome ideas why you will work more. It's not because the technology is designed or is being used, not designed, but being used in a fashion to squeeze more shit out of you now. No. It's because you just have brilliant ideas and you're just going to keep working because everyone's fucking brilliant.
Give you some evidence is that, and I was just telling Elon about this earlier, radiology, for example, has largely been converted to AI-driven radiology, and there's some really great companies doing that. And the surprising thing is the prediction that all radiologists would be the first jobs to go was exactly the opposite. The trend shows that there are more radiologists being hired now as a result of AI. And the reason for that, if you take a step back, it's because the goal of a radiologist is not to study the images. The goal of a radiologist is to diagnose a disease. Now the studying of the images became so productive, they could study more images, study more modalities, spend more time with the patients. And as a result, they're actually accepting more patients. We're doing more radiology all around the world. We're doing a better job with diagnosing disease. And so that's kind of the near-term outcome of AI and productivity. And we'll
see what he's describing? He's saying like AI didn't free up radiologists and make them like kind of niche. And so like, you don't really need people in radiology anymore. What AI has done so far anyway, and it just depends how you apply it, but what it's done so far is actually opened up the industry for further exploitation of people that are radiologists. Now, there's more capability to do more radiology on a higher level, and so there's more of a market for that sort of stuff. So like you have radiologists, capitalists who control armies of radiologists, or they produce this technology that allows radiologists to do their work, and they're just like, well, there's AI in the system now, so we have a better understanding on radiology and how to read it, so let's spread it out more. Let's get more people coming in for a scan. Let's get more people coming in for an x-ray, and like let's increase the ability, and we can squeeze those people harder because they will have access to new technologies now. So like they're increasing the level of exploitation, even though now AI was supposed to have liberated this system somehow. This actually allows them to do radiology harder now. Let's do more radiology now this technology is in, and let's squeeze the radiologists and get more out of them because they're being backed by AI now. They have no excuse, right? It should be something that is more and more standardized because we have AI in there telling them how to think, and now they can pump out more radiology services. They can pump out more of it.
We'll see what happens long term. When
Bruh, AI will be stealing our ideas. Google and Apple will own our ideas. Yes, soon. Oh, woe is me, if only I had the time to develop all of these ideas.
Currency doesn't matter anymore. Just, AI and productivity. And we'll see what happens long term. When currency doesn't matter anymore, just, let me know right before.
You'll see it coming. You'll see it coming.
We text often, so just
yeah, we do.
Yeah, just text it out.
Well,
let me know.
I kind of agree with both of you, because if you look at every technological trend, every general purpose technology has been net new positive for the globe, for humanity, and so forth. And let me share with you two case studies.
And Your Excellency, I think it's precisely the reason. The reason for that is because all the great ideas from innovators like Elon, that you have so many good ideas that
and
AI,
Jensen as well.
Yeah, well, thank you.
So let me.
Elon looks high as shit. Elon has already been documented claiming others' ideas as his own. Yeah. All the Yanks thinking free X-rays will be great. Meanwhile, in Oz, yeah. Interesting. Hopefully, we can keep it that way, right?
Share with you two stories from two Saudi innovators in collaboration with a lot of the great work that NVIDIA does, that Grok does. One is Professor Omar Yagi. All right. Let me say that again. One is Professor Omar Yagi, who is...
I might need to move the mic.
All right.
Cool.
Hey.
Here, come
Where's
on, we'll
the
share
AI?
this one.
All right. So now,
Get closer.
let's try this one more time. So one of them is Professor Omar Yagi, who's the first American Saudi to win a Nobel Prize in creating new chemistry. And the way he has done that, he has leveraged your AI accelerators and models like Grok to be able to create new chemistry when it comes to metal organic frameworks. Those are metal ions that are positively charged with organic linkers to be able to effectively create a sponge with 0.33 nanometers pores to capture water from air and also to capture carbon dioxide. The second story has also to do with AI accelerated by NVIDIA and with models like Grok, which is nanopalm, which is effectively creating a nanorobot 500 nanometers by 1,000 nanometers to be able to do gene editing, leveraging the CRISPR technology to take out sickle cell disease. Now, in both these instances, they originated 20 years ago in research, but AI was able to really accelerate the outcomes and the outputs such that we can move into new value pools. So I think with every technological trend, humanity is going to always manage to shift to new value pools when it comes to workforce and productivity. But we have some great announcements to talk about here today. Let's begin with you, Elon, the things that we're doing with XAI.
Yeah, we're excited to announce that we're doing a 500 megawatt. 500. Sorry.
What a scary fucking world, right? That future that he's describing. How, like, it's potentially incredible that you could have nanotechnology that can go into your body at a single cellular level and, like, repair you, let's say, fix you from some type of illness. They could either edit your gene code to ensure that, you know, your body maintains a level of health and longevity. But, like, you know, if you have this type of technology in the hands of people that just control it for profit, or in a world where, like, these guys have described so far, or Elon has described so far, where people don't control it for the sake of hoarding currency anymore. They don't do it just because it's profitable. They just do it out of sheer control over this means of technology. Like, giving people, a small group of people, the power to put stuff inside your body that can rewrite your genetic code or fix your genetic code for you, whatever that is. It's some fucking scary stuff, man. It's some really scary stuff. Elon's riding that K-hole roller coaster. Why Elon looks younger than his age? Did he just say he's using AI in CRISPR? I don't know. I didn't hear that. I don't know the reference either.
A 500 megawatt. 500. Sorry.
500 megawatt.
500 megawatt. Yeah.
We're doing 500 megawatts.
Sorry.
Not
There's.
quite, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's 500 gigawatt one. We'll have to wait. That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Stop that.
Maybe he is fucking high. Maybe you're right. It's when he got caught up there. Well, this will take time. It can't happen overnight, of course. They will need years to develop and reach advanced stages. Yeah, and what will they do with it in the meantime? Hey, Tech Bro's reading too much sci-fi again. I don't know, man. There's some pretty crazy stuff that they are developing. Like some really crazy stuff that they are developing. The question is, if it turns a profit, and like what they do as well is they make markets that don't exist. So they might produce something that doesn't really have any benefit. Like the pharmaceutical industry does this all the time. They make a drug and then they figure out the illness for it. They're like, oh shit, this will help with heart disease. Yeah, let's just start giving people this en masse. And so like they develop drugs, and then after the fact they find markets for them. So, they might be developing this technology, and then they tell us that it's for, rewriting your genetic code to help you live and be youthful forever. Where like they have no idea what it really does. But like, people will buy it if they believe it'll do that. That's for sure. Elon's laugh sounds like a villain from a comic book. Yeah, it's got that vibe. It's all about vibe today. What is this? CRISPR Therapeutics. Over a decade of innovation. What are we looking at here? Inductrin Ethan. We are pioneering a new era of medicines, transforming the lives of patients living with serious diseases. Oh, this is what you're talking about. Okay. Rapidly translating a revolutionary technology into therapies. Gene editing therapy. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I see that.
Today, most medical therapies aim to treat diseases by targeting abnormal proteins associated with a disease. Usually, these abnormal proteins exist because of mutations in specific genes in a patient's DNA. In the past, we have not been able to alter these genes directly to address the root cause of a disease. However, a novel gene editing system known as CRISPR-Cas9 may allow us to modify, delete, or correct specific areas of our DNA in order to treat these diseases. The system is comprised of two parts: Cas9, an enzyme that cuts DNA, and a guide RNA whose sequence directs Cas9 to a specific location in the DNA where the edit should be made. Cas9 associates with the guide RNA to form a complex that can be easily and precisely targeted to a desired site in the DNA. The CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing process begins when the complex recognizes and binds to a short segment of DNA adjacent to the target site. This initiates unwinding of the DNA helix, which allows the guide RNA to pair with a specific target sequence in the DNA. If the sequences pair precisely, Cas9 cuts the DNA, forming a double-strand break. Our cells respond to such breaks by activating natural DNA repair pathways. In some cases, a process called non-homologous end joining results in the addition or deletion of a few base pairs, which disrupts the original DNA sequence and can cause gene inactivation. A larger fragment of DNA can also be removed by using two different guide RNAs to target separate sites on either side of the desired deletion. Cleavage occurs at each site, and the repair process joins the separate ends, thereby deleting the intervening
Society
sequence.
will be fine until CRISPR allows blokes to choose the size of their hog. Then we're all doomed. Oh my god. It's getting a bit eugenics-ish, a little bit. And like, who's going to be able to make the calls on this stuff? The people that own the technology. Like, this is stuff that you don't want to fuck around with. Because, in a couple of generations, you can do a lot of damage. Right? It's crazy, man. It's crazy shit.
Corrections to DNA can also be made by adding a DNA template along with a Cas9 guide RNA complex. The template is designed with sequences that exactly match the DNA adjacent to the target cut site. Through a process called homology-directed repair, the cell uses the template to repair the break, thereby replacing the faulty DNA sequence or even inserting a new gene.
Yeah, let's insert some new fucking genes. Let's go for that. That sounds good. Let's go with that one.
So yeah, we're doing XAI and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are doing a
Humane, 500 megawatts, starting with 50 megawatts phase 1, and we're doing it with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Humane team, to Target team, such a fantastic job. Jensen, I think we're also doing some great announcements this week.
We are?
Yeah.
Well, we're announcing all kinds of things. Our partnership with Humane is going incredibly well. First of all, we work together to get this company started and off the ground, and just got an incredible customer with Elon. Could you imagine a startup company, approximately $0 billion in revenues, now going to build a data center for Elon? 500 megawatts is gigantic. This company is off the charts right away. In addition to that, we're working AWS, as you know, is also
Congratulations
coming.
to the Humane team with AWS, starting with 100 megawatts with a gigawatt ambition and counting.
So AWS is also coming to Humane. We're working with Humane on Omniverse digital twins. As you know, that AI is not just, just agentic AI and chatbots and cognitive AI is incredibly important to the world. But AI applies to everything, chemicals and proteins and genes and physics and fluid dynamics and particles and, of course, robotics and activation. And we created this world called Omniverse where robots can learn how to be good robots. And it's physically based, it obeys the laws of physics, and so robots can learn in these environments. And we're working with Humane to apply Omniverse to all kinds of digital factories and robotics and warehouses and things like that. And so that's another. We're also.
That's an interesting one. All robots learning to be good robots together. Eh? This is a concept that we've spoken about on the podcast a lot. This idea that like robots, when they learn, you know, once one learns how to do something, they can all learn. They just need to kind of download it. Can you briefly explain the function of Omniverse, which is a robotics learning capability that is currently being developed by NVIDIA and Humane? Omniverse is a real-time 3D simulation platform built on OpenUSD, allowing developers to build high-quality fidelity virtual environments, digital twins that mirror the real world. It supports physically accurate rendering, sensor simulation, and physics, which makes it ideal for simulating robots interacting with the real world. Robot Learning Gym. NVIDIA uses Omniverse as a training ground for robots, learning and testing controller policies, navigation, manipulation, all in simulation before developing on real hardware. Because it's simulated, you can scale training massively, run edge cases safely, and generate rich experience that would be slow or risky to replicate in the real world. Wow. And NVIDIA's in on that, training robots, getting them to do stuff in a virtual world before bringing it into reality.
Also working in Saudi Arabia to build supercomputers to simulate quantum computers and using our computers to be the controller and the error correction, quantum error correction.
I'm going to get real worried if Elon starts talking about needing a 1.21 gigawatt. Going to be a lot more Mandela effects. He's off his head.
Correction requires an enormous amount of computation, and so we're doing a lot of great work there too. So a big partnership with Humane. They're off the charts, off the ground and off the charts at the same time.
This is how we walk the talk in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in partnership with the U.S. Yesterday, the President and His Royal Highness announced the AI Strategic Framework and Partnership. Today, we're going big with Elon and Jensen. So thank you for those opportunities. Now, they told me I have time for 2 last questions. So last night at the dinner, I got a number of questions because it seems that the schedule leaked. And everybody was giving me hints about the last 2 questions I'm going to do. So the first one was for you, Elon. And there's a big one for you, Jensen. So prepare for that one. AI in space, is that possible?
Yes. If civilization continues, which it probably will, then AI in space is inevitable.
If civilization continues, which it probably will. I definitely won't have a hand in it if it doesn't.
You know, I always have to like preface that, you know. We shouldn't take civilization for granted. We need to make sure to take care to ensure that civilization has an upward arc. I mean, any student of history knows that civilization does not always have an upward arc, and in fact, civilizations have life cycles. So hopefully we are in a strong upward arc. I think we are for now, but we don't want to take that for granted or be complacent. But the way to think of AI in space is that in order to achieve any meaningful percentage of a Kardashev 2 scale civilization, where you're using even a millionth of the sun's energy, you must have solar-powered AI satellites in deep space. So that once you realize, like, once you think in terms of a Kardashev 2 scale civilization, which is what percentage of the sun's energy are you turning into useful work, then it becomes obvious that space is overwhelmingly what matters. Overwhelmingly.
That was 100% autistic scripting on Musk's part. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he likes to do those things, doesn't he? Throw those little moments where everyone's like, oh, no way, did he just say that? That's right. Let me just practically explain this one for you. Eh? Wait, I just said the quiet part out loud? What should I say now?
The sun only receives roughly 1/2 billionth of, the Earth only receives roughly 1/2 billionth of the sun's energy. So if you want to have something that is, say, 1,000,000 times more energy than Earth could possibly produce, you must go into space. So this is where it's kind of handy to have a space company, I guess. Sell the book.
Easier to cool chips in space, too.
Yes.
Easier to cool chips in space. Yeah.
Yes, there's definitely no water in space, so you're going to have to do something that doesn't involve water.
Just hang out.
Well, you just got to radiate.
That's right.
So my estimate is that actually that the cost of electricity, like the cost effectiveness of AI in space will be overwhelmingly better than AI on the ground. So long before you exhaust potential energy sources on Earth, long before, meaning like I think even perhaps in the 4 or 5 year time frame, the lowest cost way to do AI compute will be with solar-powered AI satellites. So I'd say not more than 5 years from now.
Wow. And just look at the supercomputers we're building together. Let's say each one of the racks is 2 tons. Out of that 2 tons, 1.95 of it is probably for cooling.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Just imagine how tiny that little supercomputer is, right? Each one of these GB300 racks will just be a little tiny thing.
And just electricity generation is already becoming a challenge. So if you start doing any kind of scaling for both electricity generation and cooling, you realize, okay, space is incredibly compelling. So, like, let's say you wanted to do...
Like, I've speculated on this. What is the deal with, the reimagination of the space race in this age? Like, I know that there's been a lot of talk about, like, the Cold War going on and, like, dominating people from space now and just being able to rain down fire on your enemies from above, as well as being able to map the entire globe with a series of satellites to, really kind of understand and triangulate exactly where your threats are, where your enemies are, where your friends are, like where everyone is all the time. But like, listening to two tech bros talk about what they envisage to be the future of AI, and they need compute power, and so they need energy to kind of fuel that, and like not just the compute power. They need to be able to fix the issues of heating. So it's not just about getting power to this sucker, but like doing it in an environment that's not going to overheat and have huge infrastructure issues, like what we're watching at the moment unroll in, like, small documentary after small documentary about these data centers going into places around the United States and depriving local communities of water and electricity because it needs a lot of juice and it needs a lot of cooling. And these guys are seriously contemplating here this idea of putting this stuff into space. Now, whether or not that is viable or not, it kind of makes sense why the capitalist class is so intent on investigating the space race, and like not only investigating but investing in it, because kind of broad scale applications for techno feudalism, let's call it, or surveillance capitalism, would actually be easier done in an environment like that of space, like outside of Earth's atmosphere and its constraints, its gravitational constraints as well, apparently. So like there's an interesting turnover there, that our means of production, so that the stuff that these guys control, the technology that these guys control, may, in the information age, in a high technology society, might actually work better if we had a better connection to the world outside of the limits of this planet. So like, just, I guess, orbiting around the Earth, as opposed to being actually on the land itself. That's the connection. It's not just cool toys. It's not just ensuring that the country you're associated with is going to be maintaining its control over another country or another superpower because of its military dominance. Those are factors as well, and as it'll be factors that the deep state or the American state and the American taxpayer will, fork out a lot of money for. They'll fork out heaps of money. The deep state will spend heaps of money funding, people like SpaceX and tech companies or advanced technological companies to invest in new technologies for the space race, so they can turn it into something that helps protect America's hegemonic interests. But in the meantime, these guys are spending the money because it's going to improve their means of production and make their control over things more heightened and more specialized. So I've always wondered what the link was there and why it's important. It's interesting that they're speaking about it in this light. This might not be the only factor, but it is a very interesting factor.
I don't know, 200 or 300 gigawatts per year of AI compute. Yeah. It's very difficult to do that on Earth. The U.S. average electricity usage, last time I checked, was around 460 gigawatts per year average usage. So something like, say, at 300, if you're doing 300 gigawatts a year, that would be like 2/3 of U.S. electricity production per year. Yeah. There's no way you're building power plants at that level. And then if you take it up to, say, a terawatt per year, impossible. Yeah. Like, you have to do that in space. There just is no way to do a terawatt per year on Earth. And in space, you've got continuous solar. You've got you actually don't need batteries because it's always sunny in space.
That's right, exactly.
And the solar panels actually become cheaper because you don't need glass or framing, and the cooling is just radiative. So that's why I think
that's the dream.
Yes,
that's the dream.
So Jensen, everybody last night.
That's the dream. Shut up, Elon. You said too much. Shut up. Stop saying things. We're working on it. Shut up.
Was asking me, and I'm mindful it's earnings call for you today, so I'm going to say this delicately. Everybody has been asking me to ask you, are we going to have an AI bubble?
That's the last question.
All right, no. All right, let me just tell you what we see. Okay, so I think it's really important when you look at what's happening around the world and go back to first principles of what's happening in computer science and computing. There are three things that's happening. The first thing is that we all know that Moore's law has run its course, and the amount of demand for computing versus the amount of computation we can get out of general purpose computing is really challenging. And so the world's been moving to accelerated computing for some time. We've been pushing this now for over 20 years. Let me give you one statistic. I was just at supercomputing. 6 years ago, CPUs were 90% of the world's supercomputers, top 500 supercomputers. 6 years ago. This year, less than 15%. Went from 90% to 10%, and meanwhile, accelerated computing went from the other way, 10% to now 90%. Okay, so you're seeing that inflection point, the transition in high-performance computing from general-purpose computing to accelerated computing. Well, one of the most intensive computation things that the world does in cloud is data processing. Several $100 billion of computation is done on just raw data processing. It has nothing to do with AI. Just SQL processing, data frames, everybody's names, address, their sex, their age, where they live, how much money they make. All of that sits into a data frame, and that data frame drives the world today, whether it's in banking or whether it's in credit cards or, of course, e-commerce and everything from ad recommendation. And everything is driven.
That's surveillance capitalism. That's a really nice way of putting it, as he said. Like everything sits on databases all around the world, all the information, and the entire world's economy is facilitated by this. So the way that we produce, distribute, and circulate capital throughout the world to keep everything being produced and everything running in an economic sense is all done via databases now. All the information lives on databases. And so you can be searched, you can be monitored, and you can be manipulated through that system because everything exists now on a database that lives on a cloud now. Which is why Yanis Varoufakis, in his work about techno-feudalism, talks about cloud capital so much.
Off of that data frame. That data frame costs hundreds of billions of dollars to go compute. And so that's the number one thing, end of Moore's law. The second thing is generative AI. What the most important application of the last 15 years is called REXs, recommender systems. How do we know what information to recommend to us in a social feed? How do you know what ad to recommend to somebody, what book to recommend, what movie to recommend? The internet is so gigantic without a recommender system that a little tiny phone of us will have no chance of ever seeing the right information. That REXs is the engine of the internet today. That's going generative AI. It used to be running on CPUs, now it runs on GPUs. Which then says the third thing, if you just look at those two applications, many of the internet companies can build an enormous number of GPU supercomputers just doing that. Of course, then it creates the third opportunity on top of it, which is agentic AI. This is Grok, and this is OpenAI, this is Anthropic, this is Gemini. Agentic AI sits on top of that. But don't forget to think about what is happening underneath what everybody sees as AI today. There's a whole movement of computing from general purpose computing to accelerated computing. And that, if you take that into consideration, you'll come to the conclusion that in fact, what is left over to
the right information, yeah,
fuel that revolutionary agentic AI is not only substantially less than you thought, and all of it justified.
Well, I was just informed by the team that my boss and your bosses is going to talk next, the Honorable President and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and hence we ran out of time. But in essence...
Interesting. So there you go. Elon Musk is a fucking communist, and he has predicted that not only is this technology, the robots that he's working on, going to end world poverty, it's going to make work optional as well. So there'll be a society where people choose whether or not they want to enter into a labor market, and they get to decide what they want to do with their ability to create things as humans, we get to direct our creative potential on our own and not have to sell that on the market somewhere in order to exist in society. He believes in those two things. That's pretty communistic kind of stuff right there. On top of that, he does believe in a cashless society. So at one point when those two factors come together, when poverty's gone and people don't need to work anymore, what's the point of cash, really? Because cash is kind of this, kind of promise being paid out that you're going to work, and if like people don't really need to work anymore, and poverty's gone, why do we even? Yeah, why would need money? Hey, we just need people that control technology, and what do they do with it? First Trump, now Elon. What the fuck? Yeah, Trump earlier today, like literally stroking Mamdani in front of the cameras, saying that he's wonderful and he's going to do a great job. He's a communist. And now we have Elon, who's a communist. This is crazy. Communism or common sense, which we learned early in the stream, are the same thing in a bourgeois system. There it is. Yes. Very interesting. Communism or it's common sense. Speaking to the people of the world as a populist, communism and common sense are just the same thing, right? Hey, doesn't matter. It's all one party. He does things. I do things. Hey, it's all the same, really. As long as people are satisfied with this new thing that I just heard of. It's this thing called affordability. You heard of this? It's called affordability. It's great. I've just thought about this. It's great. And yeah, communism. It's the language of Elon Musk. Everyone's going to have C-3PO and R2D2 following them around, and that's going to bring in a level of communism that we can all enjoy. Very interesting stuff. All right, we are going to have a quick break, then we're going to be back. But if you have been chilling out and with us today, interacting and everything, I do appreciate it. Yoshi's in the house. Thanks for your commentary earlier today. I will check out some of your propaganda. Ninja Nurse was in the house. And Dr. Nathan, Jag, Avalava, 4IS, Volter, Jerry Poppins was in for a little bit too. Who else have I missed? Tom Jones is back, was hanging out too. Dilemmas. Razor was back. I think we got some new regulars in the house coming and visiting. But yeah, thanks everyone for your interactions. You've just been watching and lurking. I think Larp Jeff did the roll call earlier too. Been watching and lurking. Thank you very much. But we're going to have a quick break and then we're going to be back. I think I want to finish the Rennictarian discussion. I don't think we got to the end of that dilemma. So I'm going to have to finish that off from last week. But yeah, quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, let's do this. I wonder if I can find Rennick. Oh yeah, it's still here. I wonder what we were up to last time.
So hard yarn back then.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about private hospital.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go. You know, it was like in the sense of the happened with the banks in 1985. Now, what that meant was that the amount of foreign debt that the private banks held went from 8 billion to 800 billion by 2008.
Wow.
Right, by a factor of 100. Okay, now that money was lent to hardworking Australians like you or me, but it inflated asset prices.
Do you remember where we're up to? Dilemmas? Asking for a mate. I don't want to cut any of Rennick out if I don't have to. Would like to know what his policies are on Australia's future. Are you still watching this indoctrination? If yes, let me know if you are being raided this afternoon. I'm gonna finish off around 3:30, so like an hour, I guess. Yeah, I wonder where were we up to last time. I guess we could find out. Let's see if I can search myself. Oh my god. It works. Is this old dude's accent specific to any particular region of Australia? It is the stereotypical accent to non-Australians. It's not specific, I don't think. I think it's just a general one. I remember 39-minute mark. No, I think the first time we got up to 39. It's like watching stream within a stream. Are you ready for this inception? It's just a general, honestly. It's like a generalized accent, I would say. Shifting from the bourgeois. Damn, doesn't have the timestamp, of course. For the predetermined amount of time, etc. No, of course. Damn it. I find that exact frame where he looks like that. Then I got him. They let him speak a lot too as well.
Is that just too broad and simple? Contributing to the cost of living, to the housing crisis.
Where's Rennick from? Is he from Queensland? Dilemmas? I don't know, because it's a good question, Jack. I don't think there are specific regional accents in Australia. There's certain ways that Australians will pronounce particular words, like locationally. Some people say things like dance, or some people say dance. And so like there's regions that will pronounce words differently, but not the accent doesn't really change though. I don't think, in my opinion. There might be some Australians that will argue with me on that one. Yeah, he's from Queensland. Yeah, Queenslanders can get pretty like very strong and thick Australian accents, I will find. But that might just change from region to region in terms of like, you know, city versus regional, as opposed to like changing geographically, if that makes sense. There are some regional twangs. Yeah, it just gets like more extreme, the twang, I'd say. I'm in SA, so we naturally talk a touch more posh than the upper end. Yeah, that's what I've heard about South Australians. They all say things like yogurt and dance, as opposed to dance and yogurt. That's hilarious.
Is that just a too broad and simplified understanding of it? What's the solution?
Okay, so yes, it is contributing. There's no doubt about it. It hasn't always contributed.
The cost is well, like is immigration how?
Oh, we're up to immigration. Let's do that. Because is one sounds weird to South? Because is one? It sounds weird to us South Aussies. Interesting. I'm learning. I want to know what he has to say about immigration. Oh, are you aware of the Australia First rally? I'm going to look this up now. Australia First. It's like rally, I think. 31st of August? Nah. I thought there was one in November. Put Australia First? Is that the one? Put Australia First protest organizer explains upcoming rally. 2GB? Fuck it, of course. Okay, so there's a rally coming on the weekend. Oh, man. Just give me the summary. It was on Sunday. I had family stuff. Oh, it's already happened. Oh, okay. Put Australia First. Upcoming rally. So maybe it's upcoming in Sydney then. Put Australia First denied platform in Sydney. Ooh, interesting. Put Australia First rally. Sydney, 29th of the 11th, Belmore Park. And then Melbourne, 30th. Oh my God, Rebel News. Fuck me, this guy, bro. Seriously. Yeah, I'm streaming this, Arvo. Just getting home now. Sweet.
How beautiful it is, because if we destroy it and we let these psychos come in, and we need people to understand our history and how beautiful it is, because if we destroy it and we let these psychos come in and change our whole system, we won't have any of those rights and freedoms that we've enjoyed for so long throughout our history. And that's all going to be gone. And I believe it's worth fighting for.
Avi Mini back in Melbourne, and to be honest, I haven't been excited about something happening in our city for a while. I am today, and I've got a special guest, a close friend.
Ugh, that's enough. Avi the goat, as in intelligence of a goat. The momentum is losing speed. Immigration was a good stepping stone, but it needs to evolve into a real political power. Like One Nation wanting to run 49 candidates in the SA election. Fair enough. Apparently there is a rally, so I might try and go along and stream it and see what happens.
Contributing to the cost of living, to the housing crisis? Is that just a too broad and simplified understanding of it? What's the solution?
Okay, so yes, it is contributing. There's no doubt about it. It hasn't always contributed to the problem. You know, initially, early on in our history, it was actually part of the solution.
Mm-hmm.
In my view, immigration became the symptom, not the cause. So interestingly enough, we go back to 1996 when Pauline Hanson said that immigration was being swamped by Asians. That was wrong. In 1996, we had less than 100,000 people coming into Australia. We had a population of about 18 million people, and most of them were English and Kiwis. Okay, for me, the change in immigration occurred in 2008 with the GFC. Now, this all comes back to our monetary policy, and I've touched on this briefly in the past. In 1985, Paul Keating lifted capital controls. Now, what that means is they were the rules and regulations over how banks borrowed money. So if Albanese came out today and said we're lifting immigration controls and anyone can come in and out of the country as they please, there'd be pitchforks in front of Parliament House.
And they still wouldn't listen.
Wouldn't it, right?
Yeah.
You know, but that's what happened with the banks in 1985. Now, what that meant was that the amount of foreign debt that the private banks held went from 8 billion to 800 billion by 2008.
Wow.
Right, by a factor of 100. Okay, now that money was lent to, you know, hardworking Australians like you or me, but it inflated asset prices and with no bearing to earnings. So what that meant was that house prices went from 4 times earnings to 10 to 12 times earnings. It meant that 2 parents had to go back to work to pay the mortgage. It meant that the birth rate fell from, you know, it was already going lower, but it speeded up the decline. And then what happened in 2008 was that the GFC, so for superannuation came in 1992, we had this creation of the financial planning industry, right? Because people had to put paper assets. They suddenly no longer invested in hard assets. They invested in paper assets. So I'll just go slightly off tangent here. The best way to describe that is is today, well, this is a few years old, 40% of people retire with a mortgage. In 1992, it was 10%.
Right.
Because most people
Wow.
would put their savings and pay their mortgage off.
Mm.
Right. Today, they're forced to not pay their mortgage off. They've got to put it into a paper asset.
Yeah.
Right. And then most people don't know enough about financial security, so they
Yeah.
go and get a financial planner. So the first 15 years, we had a whole heap of cowboys in the financial planning industry that were just skimming money off the
Yeah.
top. Like when CBA bought Colonial Mutual, their wealth management division in the about 2007, 2008, 10 period, their return on equity on their wealth.
Is he arguing that migration didn't have an impact on the economy as much as changing capital controls? We are just listening to somebody speak about whether migration has really had as big an impact on the cost of living crisis in Australia. And they seem to be making the argument that Prime Minister Paul Keating changed capital controls in the nation. And this facilitated a significant change in the economy, which changed the way that people managed their private funds and accessed the market, driving up the cost of living as it is detached from real wages and real assets. Can you very briefly describe this line of thinking? In the 1980s and the 90s, Treasurer, then PM, Paul Keating, undertook major financial deregulation, flooded the Australian dollar, removed capital controls, deregulated the banks and allowed foreign banks in, liberalised financial markets, superannuation, credit, investment rules. This integrated Australia into global financial markets and made capital far more mobile. How this allegedly shifted household behaviour, according to this argument, Australians increasingly used financial markets, superannuation funds, property investment, speculative assets as their main vehicle for personal wealth. Savings moved away from real, non-financial assets like stable wage income or small business activity towards paper assets, shares, super funds, leveraged property. Households became more exposed to global capital cycles, credit expansion, and asset inflation. The argument claims that asset prices inflated faster than wages. Once Australia's capital markets were liberalised, money flowed heavily into property, equities, financial instruments. This drove up asset prices much faster than real wages. Housing became financialised. Property shifted from being primarily a place to live to being a financial asset. Mortgage lending surged. Negative gearing, tax incentives amplified the shift. Investors competing with first home buyers. Housing prices became decoupled from local incomes. Cost of living rose because essential goods were tied to global finance. Housing, utilities, and even services became market price through financialization, not simply through domestic wage dynamics. Under this view, the current cost of living crisis is not mainly about migration. Instead, it's about the long-term effects of financial deregulation, Australia's deep integration into global capital flows, a shift from wage-based prosperity to asset-based prosperity. A real wages stagnating while asset prices explode. Immigration may add pressure, but the root cause is financialization, which Keating reforms accelerated.
Wealth management division was 66%,
Ooh.
right? Like that's huge. Their management division in the about 2007, 2008, 10 period, their return on equity on their wealth management division was 66%, right? Like that's huge, right? Basically because they were just skimming fees and they weren't risking their own money, right? So anyway, there was the GFC. A lot of people lost their investments, their paper assets. So they were forced to sell their houses to pay off the debt, right? Because they were told to borrow money against these paper assets. The paper assets crashed, right? So that was going to cause a collapse in the housing markets. Remember all these, but we now had $800 billion in debt, right? So in order to prop up houses, Kevin Rudd let foreign students buy housing. So what they've done is, so this whole foreign student rule is basically designed to prop up housing. And then, of course, you've got all these other vested interests in, like I said before, with News Corp and Fairfax, they're making money out of real estate ads.
Yeah.
Academia are making big money out of it as well. Now, on top of that, the other thing that happened in 1985 was a bloke by the name of John Button. He was a Victorian Labor senator. Basically abolished a lot of tariffs on manufacturing and said, well, we can no longer compete in manufacturing. We're going to let it all go offshore. Right? So prior to 1985, most people that finished school went and got a trade. So the majority of people, working class people, were tradies, or at least amongst the men. And so they had a skill set. This year marks 40 years since that decision in 1985, and that's quite momentous because that generation of people, and this has been happening the last couple of decades, that generation of people who were on the tools are retiring, and the next generation's coming through. They've all been the ones that, doing the woke and brainwash stuff at university, right? So they're not replacing the people on tools. So we've got to import, and we're not importing enough. Looking at it from a productivity point of view, not.
We've had 40 years of people not going on the tools and getting the woke brainwash stuff from the university system. So good. Hey? No one goes on the tools anymore. Everybody just gets woke indoctrination from the university system. That's interesting summary, that one. Very interesting. I wonder what this decision is. In 1985... a senator abolished tariffs protecting Australia's manufacturing sector. Are you aware of this historic policy decision? Can you briefly describe it? John Button, the Labor Senator and Ministry for Industry, who played a central role in dismantling tariff protection for Australian manufacturing in the 80s. John Button and the Button Plan. His role of Minister for Industry, Technology, Commerce under the Hawke government, John Button introduced a long-term strategy, the Button Plan, to gradually reduce tariff and import protection for key manufacturing sectors, especially automobiles. There you go. The plan was not sudden abolition, but phased removal, tariff reduction. Starting in the mid to late 80s, the government began cutting many tariffs. By a 1988 announcement, tariffs above 15% were reduced to 15%. By 1992, several other tariff bands were set to be lowered. In the automotive industry, for example, tariffs were reduced gradually from very high protection rates, 35%, down to lower rates over time. Broader economic reform. This is part of a larger package of economic liberalization under Hawke and Keating. Why don't they just call it what it is? It's fucking neoliberalism under Hawke and Keating governments. Not just trade, but also financial deregulation, floating the dollar and moving other kinds of industry subsidies. The rationale to make Australian industry more competitive internationally, or eradicate it. And to shift away from the inefficient protected industries towards more export-oriented, high-value manufacturing sector. If someone argues that deregulation in the 1980s fundamentally changed how Australians engage with capital and markets, this tariff liberalisation is a key part of the story. Reducing protection made Australian industries more exposed to global competition, pushing firms to restructure and shifting the economy away from sheltered, tariff-dependent sectors. This reform helps explain the long-term transformation of the economy from one with heavy domestic protection to one with deeply integrated into the global capital and trade flows. Sounds like fucking neoliberalism to me. It's the right era too.
And we're not importing enough. looking at it from a productivity point of view, not the immigration point of view.
Yeah.
We're not importing enough people to replace all these people that are retiring on the tools, right? And this is why we've got a decline in housing, because the number of new housing starts have dropped from 160 to 130,000, right? And then throw in this, right? Also, you've got this massive construction going on in renewables. So a lot of tradies that would normally be building houses are now off going building renewables because they're getting paid big dollars thanks to your taxpayer funded subsidies, right?
Yeah.
So there's a conglomeration of issues in all of this, right?
Yep.
And it's very important that if we want to... So, yes, we've got to lower immigration, but we need to fix the underlying problems in the economy.
That? Did you hear that? Oh, yes, we've got to fix the immigration. Like, quickly say the line. This is what your voter base is attracted to. Don't blame economic circumstances alone. Oh, yes, we've got to fix migration. But there's been a change in the economy that has caused different pressures on different markets. Take it off the fucking market then.
Dollars thanks to your taxpayer funded subsidies, right?
Yeah.
So there's a conglomeration of issues in all of this, right?
Yep.
And it's very important that if we want to... So, yes, we've got to lower immigration.
So, whoa, say the line. Yes, we've got to lower immigration. But, really, we got to change these key policies. That'll make a big difference.
But we need to fix the underlying problems in the economy. You know, bring back... We need to start manufacturing and doing our own... Get back on the tools. We need...
Can you briefly explain the current federal government's initiative for Made in Australia and a form of reindustrialization for manufacturing on the continent? What is it? Future Made in Australia. This is the flagship industrial policy launched in 2024. It is explicitly tied to the transition to net zero emissions, meaning much of the manufacturing revival is green manufacturing. The government has committed $22.7 billion over 10 years to support priority sectors: renewable hydrogen, critical minerals processing. We've talked about that. Green metals, low carbon fuels, and clean energy manufacturing. There are production tax credits and other incentives, for instance, a hydrogen production tax incentive and 10% break for critical mineral processes. That's the thing that Trump's really interested in. To govern which projects qualify, there's a national interest framework, meaning the government reserves the right to support only certain projects it deems strategically important, like people that have an inroad with the government. And know the right people so they can get in on the scheme. There's also a guarantee of origin scheme. It's certified products are made in Australia and to track emissions. The National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, a key financing vehicle for the reindustrialization drive. The NRFC provides debt, equity, and guarantees to support projects in priority areas of the economy. Priority for whom? Yeah, I know, right? Australia, home of the asbestos-free solar panels. Interesting. Sovereignty and supply chain resilience. The government argues that relying too much on global supply chains, especially critical minerals and green tech components, is risky. By bringing production onshore, Australia can be more sovereign in strategic industries. Yeah. Everyone's turning Marxist. Everyone's communist. Trump's a communist. Fucking Elon Musk's a communist. The Australian government reindustrializing, they're all turning Marxist.
Need to bring back credit controls. This is incredibly important. That lunatic Albanese a couple of weeks ago lowered the deposit rate to 5% for a house.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? If you save up 50 grand 50 years ago and the deposit you needed for a house was 20%, what's the most you can pay for a house?
A mil.
250 grand.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, 10%.
50 grand deposit, 200 grand loan, right? And that's probably, really, that's where if you had in a perfect world, you probably wouldn't want any more than that as debt because it takes even to 200 grand takes a long time to pay off.
Yeah.
But this 5% deposit, what's the most you can borrow now?
So
950 grand.
Yeah.
So now you're borrowing 950 grand. It's no wonder 40% of people who are retiring with a mortgage.
Yeah.
I mean, you're lucky just to get the 50 grand to save today with cost of living and superannuation.
Having
you
the
off,
extra money
right?
to save.
But what they've done is they've inflated so the true value of an asset should be net present value of future income streams. Your asset should be linked. The value of an asset should be linked to the earnings.
So good. So good. You're so down with Australian politics now. Albo sleazy. I think the next step up from that one was elbow sleazy. So good.
Of the asset. So what we did in 1985 was we went and Keating said, right, we're no longer going to control capital. We're going to let all this foreign debt come in. Now, the other thing that happened was, you might be too young to remember this, but the Victorian State Bank Savings Bank collapsed in the late 80s in Victoria.
No.
So we know about it in Queensland because
I was one.
Yeah, I remember the
a lot
Dolomites.
of Victorians moved to Queensland because of it. I mean, Victoria's state government nearly collapsed because of it, right?
Okay.
Now, that's because what had happened was, instead of your normal state savings banks, what would normally happen is you go and put money in the bank as a deposit or a term deposit.
Yep.
That money is then lent to someone to borrow a house against, right? So your savings were backed by houses. When they actually lifted this control, it meant, so the Victorian State Bank, the idiot that was running it, I don't know who it was, thought we'll go and buy an investment bank. So they bought this investment bank called Tricontinental. And of course, this was the Skase and the bonds. You would have heard of Bond and Skase and these guys.
Yeah.
So the whole market, there was the 87 stock market crash, and there was a tumultuous few years there on the market where a lot of people lost a lot of money, a bit like the GFC.
Yeah.
So
I think my mum said people were killing themselves.
So the Victorian State Bank collapsed, nearly dragged Victoria down with it. So they had to start privatising infrastructure, right? So this is the result of...
Yeah, I know, doesn't it? Hey, this podcast neon looks like it belongs outside a dispensary. Hey, maybe they're going to have a cone afterwards. They're going to smoke up, have a bowl, and they'll start passing it around.
Keating's stupidity in getting rid of capital controls. So as we've seen, we've increased foreign debt. We've now allowed people to borrow more money. We've had to sell our infrastructure to start paying off all this debt, right? So see how now we've reduced, we've increased the level of foreign debt. You know what a balance sheet looks like?
Yeah.
So you've increased the level of debt, we've sold our assets, and we've reduced our manufacturing capacity to generate income.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. See, in the old days when you couldn't go offshore and borrow money for housing, all you could do was...
Had to? What were you referring to specifically there, Jerry Poppins? Let me know.
I worked at the Bank of Queensland as a treasury accountant. For every $1 million we lent, 60% of it we got off from offshore markets.
Wow.
Right? So, but what that means is that 60% of all the interest you pay goes offshore. Right? So we're losing wealth that way. But not only that, if you could only borrow the 400,000 and not the million, right, that we got from term deposits here, that's a virtuous cycle, because what that means is that the older generation who generally have their most of their savings, they put their money in term deposit. They're lending to the younger generation, who are then paying interest back to the bank, who are then paying it back to the older generation. But it ties the housing prices to the earnings capacity of the prior generation, so that housing prices aren't getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So all of this reckless behaviour back in the 80s, and we touched on the Franklin Dam decision, Button plan, the lifting capital controls. This has all had, and often these decisions government makes takes 30 or 40, it takes a couple of generations to play out.
Yeah.
This is why we're where we're at today. And
They wouldn't have been able to foresee that.
No, it was all near. I was there,
It's
mate.
just
I
one of
mean,
those
it was
things.
all near. I mean, I was only 15 doing my, I did a commerce degree in the late 80s and that, but it was all neoliberal free markets and let the market fix everything. You can't trust governments, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But of course, as we now know, when you're basically lifting, so I believe in capitalism. So I believe in people who risk their own capital, but I don't believe in free markets, right? Because there's no. Have you ever been to a market where you get something for free?
No.
It's an oxymoronic statement.
Well, it depends how
it's like
willing
saying
you
you
are for a
believe in
criminal
climate
record.
change, right? It's a disingenuous tautology, right?
Yeah.
Or multiculturalism. Technically, culture is a mono. You share the same values, so you can't be multi and share the same values.
Yeah.
Either you share the same values or you don't.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a tautology. The free market is a tautology. Whoa. I like that. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Capitalism isn't that, though. Capitalism isn't just allowing people to do whatever they want with their capital. Sell off infrastructure. It was a quick buck to balance the books before election dates every time. They had to, sell off infrastructure. Yeah. Well, we're talking about neoliberal stuff here. This is what happens when you privatize. You get government to get rid of its assets. You sell that to the private industry because the private industry does it better. Like, look at our electricity, for example. We were told that selling off our electricity infrastructure to private corporations or to corporations, they would bring down the costs because they do it better. It hasn't worked the same, has it? It hasn't worked well, let's say. Very interesting.
But we got sucked into that in the 80s, and I was a little free marketeer, but I sort of gradually joined the dots over the years, right? But so what we need now, the solution to all of this is coming back to your sovereign wealth fund, is we need an infrastructure bank. Because instead of, say, the 1937 Banking Royal Commission, which was the original Royal Commission into banking, said the central bank should always control the volume of credit in the system. Right, now you've got to remember, if you know what a balance sheet looks like, when I say to people, do you know what capital is?
Yeah, if you invest your own money or putting in capital.
What do you call that? Yep, that's right. You're one of the very few people who've got that, Daniel.
Yeah.
But what's that called?
Investment capital?
Equity.
Equity, yeah.
Right, and what's the other type of capital?
Credit?
Credit, debt.
Yeah, debt.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. We have used credit for too long.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then over here in the balance sheet, you've got your asset, right? So your asset, if you're a farmer and you say you own a tractor and you're going to audit the farmer, you go and look for a tractor and you go and look for the invoice that says the farmer bought the tractor. If you've got credit, you've got a mortgage instrument that makes you pay a bank to use someone else's money.
Yeah.
Right. Now, equity, and you'll understand this being in WA because Western Australian mining companies do this all the time. They issue their own shares because they have title over the mining rights, so they have mining rights over untapped wealth in the ground. So what's Australia? So with that, just park that idea there. What's Australia?
We're a mining company.
No, we're a country.
Yeah.
Right? Who has title. This is really, really important. Title over all the untapped wealth in this country.
Okay.
Right? So why do we go and borrow money from offshore, pay people to use their currency? Why don't we issue our own shares against our own untapped wealth?
Do we own it?
Yeah, because we own it. So if we build a dam now for $1 billion, what we would do now under our current capital system, because no one knows how to manage money anymore.
Yeah.
We would go and borrow $1 billion offshore. Means
It was super interesting that he was honest about neoliberalism. Yeah, and he was like, I used to be a little free marketeer until I saw what happens. Loves capitalism, but doesn't like the manifestation of capitalism in the neoliberal form. Interesting. They bring down the cost because they have the ability to fire inefficient workers. Have you not seen what a council worker gets away with? Thespians. Yeah, fair enough, bro. Eh? That's why we are paying for such exorbitant amounts for energy costs. It's because they've been able to fire inefficient workers. That's why. 100%. Fuck those council workers. They're the worst. Local government, my God. Dilemmas, I see why you wanted us to watch this. Yes, 4AS likes what he's seeing. I wonder how a conversation between this guy and Jim Chalmers, the current conversation, how that would go. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Because I know Chalmers, he's a bit of an economist. He has his own thoughts on things. And if they agree on the history. Let's see how he kind of describes how the system works at the moment. So like we want to build something, we go and fucking borrow money. It doesn't come from the taxpayer particularly. We go and borrow money, increase our debt, etc., etc. But we find that on the market, on the global financial market, really.
No one knows how to manage money anymore.
Yeah.
We would go and borrow $1 billion offshore. Means the first $1 billion we make from that dam, we've got to repay offshore. Plus another 25 years, say 4% interest.
Yeah.
That's another $1 billion in interest. That's another $1 billion just gone offshore.
Yeah.
Why do we do that?
Because we've got nothing?
No, because we're stupid.
Yeah.
We've been brainwashed, just like our kids have been brainwashed about climate change, right? That basically governments can't print money.
Yeah.
Now, that's an oxymoronic statement, right? No, well, it's a misleading statement. The question isn't whether or not they print money. The question is what they secure it against.
Yeah.
So it's like secured credit, unsecured credit, right? You can't get, if you go to the bank and ask for $1 million loan, you won't get it. If you had a farm worth $2 million, they might lend you $1 million because they've got an asset worth $2 million.
Yeah.
We have an asset So
the whole of the untapped mining.
we have an asset called
resources.
Australia, which is 7 million square kilometres.
Yeah.
And not only that, we have an asset called rights to all the stuff that comes out of thin air. So sure, we're not. So this isn't a question of printing money out of thin air. It's a question of untapping wealth out of thin air.
Yeah.
And what's the wealth that comes
He
out of thin air?
sounds like he's a bit of a modern monetary theorist all of a sudden. Chalmers has a PhD in economics, so he may at least still be a bit informed. Have you elaborated on him, Mr. E? No, I didn't even know. I didn't know he had a PhD in economics. There you go. Have you elaborated? Not at all. No, I haven't. I don't think we've spent any time looking at Chalmers here ever on this stream. I don't think.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Rain?
Yeah.
It's free?
Yep.
Sunlight?
Yeah.
It's free?
Oh,
You go in,
renewables.
yep. So from a country, the minerals, basically you got technically free, the soil.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you mix it with to get wealth?
Trade, I guess.
People that
Sing it every time you sing the national anthem, boys.
soil.
Wealth, not soil. Wealth for rhymes with soil.
Toil.
Wealth for toil.
Yeah. So
Right. So if you want, if you want to go and get yourself a little prospecting, metal detector,
Yeah.
and go and drive out in the Westpac WA, and technically there's nothing. I mean, you might be encroaching on someone's mineral rights, but putting that aside for a minute, you can create something out of nothing. If you're a farmer, you drop a bull in the paddock with 20 cows, and you come back next year, you got 20 calves.
Yeah.
That is wealth coming out of the sky every year.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is resecure title over all of these infrastructure assets that we sold. Because currency, this is why I fight the crypto guys, currency is equity.
Yeah.
And that's what our forefathers gave to us.
Yes.
They gave us equity over this great land and all the untapped wealth that comes out of it. And every year when it rains and it shines and the grass grows and all that, that is wealth coming out. Mother Nature gives it that to us every year.
Yeah.
It's what our forefathers built. It's what our forefathers bled for. All we have to do, we don't have to go protesting on the streets on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
We just have to be smart and come up with the solutions and demonstrate to the people, like explain that to people.
It's coming out of the sky. Well, I guess rain does come out of the sky, doesn't it? Huh?
And even if you don't understand it, just know we want to change our monetary system and a tax system to put Australians first.
Yeah.
Now, I just because I know we've got to go in a minute.
it's all good, mate.
This has all happened before, right? Who's the first guy to do this in Australia?
Yeah, not sure.
Lachlan Macquarie.
Okay.
Right, so the first 17 years of modern Australia, first 17 years of the colony, 1805, first 17 years of the colony, they relied on foreign capital, foreign currency, right?
I think his problem is finance capital rather than the climate crisis is a hoax. Yeah, and he kind of just dismissed migration until he remembered that he had to say the line. That was interesting. It seems to be, as you say, financial. He's got concerns about sovereignty. So whether or not we borrow or we borrow from the global financial market, we go out to the market and get other countries that want to get our, foreign reserves or access to our currency or something like that. Or buy our bonds, I guess you'd say mostly. That's what they want to do. Because they're looking for a safe place to invest their money because Australia will pay its debts. So instead of getting money on the market, we back ourselves and print our own money secured by our own wealth and all that sort of stuff. And then we invest that in it sounds very state-planned socialism kind of stuff, but it sounds like modern monetary theory. But yeah, his gripes are not really the types of culture issues that I'm assuming this podcast might accentuate, maybe. That's why he had to throw in the, immigration kind of thing. But his climate stuff as well. It seems to be accounting issues that he's got there. I don't know. It's very interesting. But he's coming at it from his economics background, his finance background. I think he said he was an accountant, right? Primarily. It's interesting though.
From Britain?
Or
from
wherever.
just wherever.
Yeah. 17 years of modern Australia, first 17 years of the colony, 1805, first 17 years of the colony, they relied on foreign capital, foreign currency, right?
Just from Britain?
Or
From
wherever.
just wherever.
Sounds like he's talking about nationalizing resources. Eh? Climate change denial is willful ignorance at this point. Yeah. Nationalizing the resources. It's fucking revolutionary stuff. Here's a commie. We got ourselves a whole bunch of commies today. With common sense, as some would say. And also ignores any indigenous concerns and history. Yeah, that doesn't factor into economics though. It really doesn't. Unless it's a cost, like having to pay like licensing fees or something like that. That doesn't factor into economics, especially bourgeois economics, right? If you have to convince someone to let you do it because they have treaty or something, that's just another expense, really. If you have to preserve something because there's some type of heritage-related legislation around it, it's just another cost. Doesn't Marx talk about these natural resources? I think he refers to them as the free gifts of nature, as a lot of the political economists did back in the day. But they just roll into the means of production, to be honest. Australia just needs to build a lake in the middle, and she'll be right, mate. Hey, I've thought about it. I think we've talked about this as well. Like, flooding out the internal part of Australia. Yeah. And then we can all have beachside property. Yeah. An externality like nature to be ignored or utilized as a resource. Yeah, an externality. To be plundered in the name of generating profits. That's the way it works. Won't work. Evaporation is a thing. It is a thing. But it's also lower than sea level. So, as I've heard. So, the interior of Australia, that is. So, just have to flood it fast. See if it works. See if it holds. An externality like nature to be ignored. Just need to do it for long enough so it can build up the water table.
Yeah, or we're just a sort of, where the ships would come in and they just make it up as they go, right?
Yeah.
There was a drought in 1805. That currency got repatriated. There was no currency left in the colonies, so they started bartering rum. Have you heard of rum rebellion?
Yes.
Yeah.
A rum rebellion.
Yeah, that was because they started, that was all they had to barter, right?
Yeah.
Because the problem with rum is it's like you drink it, right?
Yeah.
And it literally went tits up with the rum rebellion,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So Lachlan Macquarie was the first governor. He came in after Bligh. He was the first governor to see Australia as a country, not a colony. He knew to run a country, you got to have military to provide law and order and defend the borders, taxation system and a monetary system. So I don't know if you know Sydney, but on Macquarie Street there, you've got the Sydney Barracks and Sydney Hospital. All those sandstone streets that, ironically enough, stand opposite the RBA in Martin Place. They were built with basically using, as a result of that money, that currency called the Holy Dollar.
Okay.
Now, who uses the Holy Dollar as its logo today?
Holy Dollar?
Yeah, the Holy Dollar. That was our first currency.
Probably the United States.
Macquarie Bank.
Macquarie Bank. Right.
Yeah, do you know Macquarie Bank?
Yeah.
You know their logo, that big circular thing, that's the Holy Dollar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the irony of that is those bastards made.
Wow, that's crazy. Interesting. Very interesting. Man, getting a fucking history lesson, hey? To be honest, I've also never looked into him, but he seems to be doing it right so far. I think he has very different opinions as well. So I've heard from Alba. Like, they don't always see eye to eye on economic policy stuff, which is interesting.
made their money by privatising the infrastructure out of the Victorian State Bank collapse in the early 90s.
Yeah.
By privatising the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So they've basically ripped out, bastards made their money by privatising the infrastructure out of the Victorian State Bank collapse in the early 90s.
Yeah.
By privatising the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So they've basically ripped out, and taken out of our public hands that infrastructure. When they privatised the Port of Newcastle in 2013, they jacked up stevedoring fees. The people that bought it by 60% 9 months later.
Wow.
Right? Why are we selling our monopolies?
Yeah.
Right. This is where our wealth, our sovereign wealth fund is.
He is talking about nationalizing everything. He's a fucking commie. He's a fucking commie. Get him. You're right. He said it. He just talked about like selling off assets to people that are going to just charge exorbitant fees for us to use them, and like the companies might absorb the fee and then pass that on to the consumer. I know he has a working class background coming from a lower socioeconomic suburb of Brisbane. Hey, Chalmers. Hey, got to get a PhD in economics. We're going to become the treasurer soon.
Structure that powers a country.
Yeah.
This continent has been formed by thousands of years of evolution and global climate effects that we cannot fight against. I've done much research into this. It's an impossibility. Evaporation will make it so none of it gets there unless it's a flood season, and then it will evaporate eventually and just water the east coast. Oh, they'll take it. A bit more water on the east coast, and then more things come out of the sky that way. We produce more value, then we can borrow against that value as a security. More grass will grow, cows will appear in paddocks, etc., etc. So now that I'm turning you all to the extreme right, my next trick, I will discredit the climate change debate. That's funny. For my next trick, good luck.
It's our power stations, it's our dams, it's our railways,
Which
right?
are owned by the Chinese a lot. at the
Well,
moment,
exactly,
eh?
right?
Yeah.
So what we want to do at People First is actually start an infrastructure bank that issues equity in the form of infrastructure bonds from the state government from the federal government. So what it's our sovereign wealth fund is the infrastructure that bought it by 60% 9 months later.
Wow.
Right? Why are we selling our monopolies?
Yeah.
Right? This is where our wealth. So our sovereign wealth fund is the infrastructure that powers a country.
Yeah.
It's our power stations, it's our dams, it's our railways,
Which
right?
are owned by the Chinese a lot. at the
Well,
moment,
exactly,
eh?
right?
Yeah.
So what we want to do at People First is actually start an infrastructure bank that issues equity in the form of infrastructure bonds from the state government from the federal government back to the state government. So say you build that dam for $1 billion, and then the state government repays that debt over 50 years. But when they repay the interest to Canberra, that money then from the infrastructure bank comes back to you, the people, as dividends.
yeah.
It doesn't go offshore as interest.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
Now, there's a few more things with that holy dollar. Why did Macquarie stick a hole in the dollar?
Not sure.
So it couldn't be counterfeited?
So it couldn't be taken back offshore.
Yeah.
So he didn't want our currency to go back offshore. He didn't want the wealth of the nation to go offshore. So by punching a hole in it, so that he used that holy dollar, the coins he got was the Spanish bloom, which was the reserve currency of the day.
Yeah.
So he knew that those coins would have value offshore. So he punched a hole in it so that the wealth couldn't go offshore.
Well, they've done that to the
In
Aussie
other
dollar
words,
at the moment 'cause
you
it's
had to
worth nothing.
reinvest your money. He forced those people who made money here to reinvest their money here.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we've also got a hole in the dollar with people.
I find Rennick is the real right. It's the Chinese, it's immigration, etc., are the uninitiated right. Interesting. And again, is this guy, I posed the question to you the other week when we were listening to this, is this guy right wing? Is it because he's slightly conservative on some social issues and stuff like that? Is that what it is? What breathes right wing about his policy decisions and stuff like that? He's anti-neoliberal. He's talking about nationalizing stuff. He sounds like he's talking about modern monetary theory for the most part. What is it that makes him classifies for you that he is the real right? If you know what I mean. I agree with Rennick, but I'm right wing, but he's talking nationalizing, which is left. So I'm a social libertarian. I don't know anymore, man. Culturally, yes, I would say. So yeah, culturally, he's kind of like socially, culturally, sorry, he's culturally, socially conservative, I guess. Imagine a communist regime buying out their capitalist neighbors. What a fun little tidbit, eh? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Evil communist China buying out their capitalist neighbors. That's evil communism for you right there. Incredible power to buy up failing capitalism. Yeah, he was complaining about Oz selling its assets. Hence my ideology split. Remember, most people don't understand economics of it, the economics of it all. Yeah, fair enough. And it's difficult. Like what he's saying is like, it's not stuff that's just common sense communism. Like you do have to research this stuff and understand how markets work in order to be able to be across the solutions that he's coming up with. We should leave left, right for Oz and let's go Australia first versus everyone else. Yeah, look, I'm all for leaving the left-right divide. I think that is just the culture wars. And like we should be thinking not Australia first, but working people first. That's where I would split with you there. Working people first versus everyone else that's outside of that. Because there's a lot of us, like, working people that, contribute to the country that might be outside of the Australia First umbrella, ideologically or like physically, like materially, because of their position. There are a lot of socialistic ideas in right-wing spaces. Just a lack of education on philosophical, economic definitions. Yeah. 4S. Thanks for hanging. We are learning about Rennictarianism, so I hope you get a tattoo soon of Rennick on your shoulder. Can't wait to see it. Enjoy your afternoon, 4S. All right. Do we need to pin down some kind of overarching view of this guy, or can his idea be challenged, discussed on a point-by-point basis, keeping the overarching idea in mind? Do we need to pin down some kind of no, like, I don't, look, we don't. You're right. Like, if that's what you're suggesting, like, does it matter what he is? I don't think it does, but like, he does seem to be associated on the Australian political map and spectrum. He seems to be like, up there with One Nation, and so like, and like One Nation's platform is pretty much just has always been her same platform, which is like, get rid of Asians, get rid of Arabs, migrants, migration generally is a curse, blah, 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 blah. But like this guy seems to be talking about, solving, like, this is why I keep on bringing up modern monetary theory. He's talking about solving the ails of capitalism within the existing capitalist framework, like within a market system. And he just said he doesn't believe in free market bullshit. That's pretty fucking mental, eh? And he's talking about ways that you can capture sovereign wealth. And again, it just screams of the modern monetary stuff that we've been looking at. Like, what is always the issue with Aussie politics? No one pays attention, but everyone knows the footy scores. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's just a general problem, isn't it? With like modern society. Like, we're really good consumers, and sport is such a good consumer article. What I find interesting is no one on the left ever tries to debate him on the ideas or debates to convince him of their views. The conversation is simply never had. I think that's why Avalava's got a good point. It'd be interesting to see him talking to Jim Chalmers, because like, you need to have someone that is on his level. Like, his historical account of Australia as like key policy and economic decisions that have shaped Australian history is very astute. And like, obviously his understanding of economics and like actually how like physical markets work, like global markets and stuff, like actually work, as opposed to kind of just like the ideological stuff. Like, you need someone that can actually go toe to toe with him, as opposed to just being like, yeah, Yeah, just opposed to him on an ideological basis. Like he gets into the nitty gritty. Applying a dialectical material analysis will clear things up. Like in terms of like applying it to him specifically, like what are his key contradictions? Like what does he stand for? I don't even know what he stands for. He says for Australia First is his party. Like, you know, what's the opposite of that? What is Australia Not First? Or what is not Australia First? Does he want wealth to be distributed to the many or the few? Does he think power belongs in the hands of the few? Wealthy folks, few smart folks, or the mass populace? What is your anal, sis? Yeah, okay. Fair question. Fair question. But like, you know, does he want wealth to be distributed? I don't know, because he said, "Look, I'm a capitalist." He said that before, so he obviously believes that there are a group of people that have the right to control these things privately, but they should be Australians, I guess. Like he wants Australians to control. Like he said, they punched a hole in the coin and said, you can make money here, but you can't fucking take it overseas. So if you're going to make money in Australia, you reinvest it in Australia. So he's all for having a nationalized capitalist class that just reinvests in Australia. They make money in Australia, they reinvest in Australia, and setting up banking and state level institutions that support the reinvestment in Australian infrastructure. So if Australia needs a fucking dam, like he said, then, you know, you set up a banking system where a state level infrastructure bank gets a loan off the federal government and pays that federal government back. And once it turns a profit, then they can make dividends off that, owning that asset. And it falls into part of Australia's sovereign wealth fund. So he's like a nationalist capitalist, I guess you would say. Rich Australians or working class Australians? White Australians or all Australians? Well, it just seems like he's talking about ensuring the wealth is captured by Australians. So I guess he'd support someone like Gina Reinhart as long as she kept the wealth that she made here and didn't ship it to like an offshore bank account or something like that to the Cayman Islands. She reinvested that and like spend that money hiring more Australians and reinvesting in Australian infrastructure as opposed to just funneling that off. But like I don't think he has any aspirations about like dismantling rich Australia. Like he does talk about nationalizing a lot of assets, so we are able to leverage the asset itself from a financial perspective, leverage that to borrow against it, and then make dividends or get dividends off that, I guess. I think he just enjoys a little drivel. He doesn't have any strong convictions. Just talky for the sake of it. Savage analysis by Jerry Poppins. He does a lot of talky. Is it for the sake of it, though? He does a lot of talky. I'm sure Snake Charmer would be worried about being exposed at all. But I don't know, man. PhD in economics. He should be able to go toe-to-toe with this guy. He should be able to. Unless he's just one of those woke, like this is what he spoke about before. You had all these wokies that went to university and they got indoctrinated into the woke system. I know it's likely not such a dichotomy as I present it, but these questions do help. So he's a bit of a social kind of nationalist, a socialist nationalist, a national socialist. Oh my God, he's an objective Nazi. There's an ideological Nazi like Joel Davis, and then there's the objective Nazi, like as in the merger of the private sector and the state. And so we're talking about ensuring that the private sector is Australian or like has Australia's interest and reinvests in the Australian state to ramp up that sovereign wealth fund. The opposite would be Labour Lib, unless he's ideologically captured, LOL. There's too much neon behind him for any of that talk. behind him for anything but talky talk. That's not his fault. The decor is those two other pricks that he hasn't let speak for ages, which is really funny, to be honest. Fuck, I'm not even going to get through it today. I've got to go in like 5 minutes. We haven't finished this one yet. Rennick has killed the afters, bro. He's stretched it out. I don't agree, but I'm worried. I'm white, lol. Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
First, because we're going to lift the rate of withholding tax on profits offshore to be above the corporate tax rate. So in 2022, Pfizer made $1.4 billion in sales here. They shifted $1 billion offshore in royalties to Ireland. Okay, so we lost 30 cents in the dollar on that when they got $1 billion tax deduction on royalties. We lost $300 million in company tax. Okay, now we did have a withholding tax of 10 cents, so we lost $200 million all up. Ireland, because it's got a company tax rate of 12.5 cents, made $125 million for nothing more than having a dodgy head office in Ireland and doing a couple of book entries, right? And Pfizer was $75 million better off.
Wow.
So we want to lift the rate of withholding tax above the rate of company tax in this country so that people make money here. They have to reinvest here.
Yeah.
If they reinvest all the earnings off this beautiful country of 7 million square kilometres, we won't need to borrow any money, will we?
Well, would the flip side of that be they don't choose to do business here?
Well, what? Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Do we need them?
No.
Why do we need them?
I
Don't come here.
Yeah.
Don't come here. I mean, didn't you just say immigration was too high?
Yeah.
Why
Who gives a shit? Fuck them. That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting one. Like, people obviously, like, I've spoken to a lot of people about my ideas about, what happens to a nation when they find themselves hurtling towards some type of socialist revolution and, like, cutting themselves off from the world. Is that the way to go? It's like, fuck them. Cut them off. If they don't want to do business here, they won't do business here. But if they think they can make money here, they will try to do business. That's interesting. Fuck them. Cut them off.
we need this crap that we need foreign capital's got to stop.
Yeah.
We don't need foreign capital. There's only debt and equity. If it's foreign capital, it's foreign debt.
Yeah.
I want domestic. What we need is domestic equity.
Yeah. Okay.
We want sovereign equity, not foreign capital, not foreign debt. I want sovereign equity.
Yeah.
And more importantly, let me finish that. Expand that phrase.
Yep.
I want my children to have sovereign equity.
Yeah.
I do not want them to have foreign debt.
Yeah. And I mean, you've outlined through this whole episode, there's so many things that you can do that seem so simple and so logical.
Yeah.
And they're obviously not being done because of the corporate interests and the lobbyists.
And politicians don't know what to do. They just don't understand this stuff.
And so my question is then, a good way to finish, you say that's what the people first want to do and can do.
Yeah.
How? Because if it's really hard for you to get into power or even get into get in at all.
Yeah, good question.
What influence can you actually have?
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day, and all I can do, I've had a wonderful life, and I'm incredibly grateful for everything that's been given to me. It's a big step. I've got this huge tsunami in front of us. But I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep on coming on podcasts. I'm going to keep talking to people, and we're just going to put the word out there that we've got the best policies, we've got the know-how, and we've got the vision.
Yeah,
and we'll just keep talking. We'll keep the positive spin going. Because that's what matters, right? People are responding to the solutions. They're sick of the negativity.
Yeah.
And I'll go back again. You look at our founding forefathers, and I'll finish. Actually, let's finish off on that. Do you know what the first generation of Australian-born Australians called themselves?
No.
They called themselves currency lads and currency lasses.
Really?
Yep, because they were so proud of their currency. Because the other currency that was used in the colony was the sovereign, the British sterling, right? And they looked down upon that. Because, this is where the POM started, the Pommy bashing started, right? It's like the POMs had come over here and thought they were hot shit with their currency. And it's like the currency lads and lasses were like, no, this is our currency.
Yeah.
When did we flip to Aussie? 1961 or something?
What's that, sorry?
When did we flip to the Australian currency? Was it 1961?
Oh, no. Well, we went to, we obviously had the Commonwealth of Australia notes from 1901.
Okay.
But then we went to decimal in 1966. Before that, it was pounds.
He's
and
not
shillings. But that
wrong,
was still
though.
in the current Australian currency. It was just in the pounds and shillings, which was.
That's the theme of the viewing of this entire podcast. Every time he says something, with a shade, there's shades of differences in our interpretation of those events, or the ramifications of what he's talking about. It's not wrong though. We could analyze it a little bit differently, but he's not wrong.
Okay,
not the
so they
decimal
use the same
system.
words, but it was just
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And the tragedy about that is our first generation of Australian-born people in modern Australia knew more about currency and monetary policy than we do today. And of course, that's all by design, of course, because the RBA now remember talking about the CDC being an independent authority?
Yeah.
Well, they made the RBA independent years ago.
Yeah.
And this idea that we have unelected officials changing the price of
He's a modern. He's definitely he's modern monetary all over the place. Like this is it. This is it right here. He's saying like you need to have some type of like the idea that you have separation and you have a central bank that is beholden to no one, and like probably staffed by a bunch of people from the private sector, the banking sector, and like maybe politicians. It's outrageous. It's outrageous.
money, right? And we have no say over them.
Yeah.
When was the last time you voted for the board of your super fund? Do you vote for the people that manage your money?
No.
No, not much control going on. So you can't control your health now.
Yeah.
Health's been controlled by people you don't vote for. Your savings are being controlled by people you don't vote for. Your wages are being controlled by people you don't vote for. Politicians, as we started off at the start of the show,
Your wages are being controlled by people you don't. I swear this guy is a fucking commie, bro. Like he's worried that people don't have a say in the wages they get, and they're gonna have to seize the means of production, bring democracy into the workplace. I don't know. We're gonna have to relook at this guy's website. He must be a secret socialist.
They're now being selected by the party
Oh, no
apparatchiks and
way.
the lobbyists.
Black man, macho flare drip. How you doing? Welcome. Come learn about Australian politics.
So this is where democracy is falling over, and people first, this is what we want to change. We want to give people a say.
Yeah.
We'll make superannuation boards have to hold elections. We'll get rid of the independence of the RBA. It's got to be accountable to Parliament. We'll get rid of the CDC.
Yeah.
And we'll take control of our,
So for
control
people
of
that
our
are
lives
listening
again.
that are like, well, I want to help, how can they help? Yeah.
Well, we'd love you to join www.peoplefirstparty.au. And I'm going to a couple of functions this. I don't know how soon you're going to get this out. No.
tonight.
So we're in Perth this weekend. So if you hop on my Facebook page last weekend, I've got a meme of where I'm going.
Get Geordies to debate him and you moderate? Yeah, sure. What would they talk about? If Keating was a neoliberal or not?
Going to be over the weekend.
Cool.
So I think it's down at Fremantle tonight, tomorrow night.
All right. Go and join the People First Party. No, is that his name? Is that the name of the party? If you liked what he was saying, go and look at the propaganda, and go join the party. I've got to bounce. So we are now going to be raiding Indoctrinathan. So if you haven't already, get your ass over to Twitch, and we're going to go do a raid. So swap YouTube people to Twitch so we can raid out. Oh, Mr. E, when will you let go of your precious labels and isms? Neoliberalism isn't a scary term. It's actually just trying to understand a phase of economic history a little bit better. But if you are scared of isms and like letters that conglomerate on the ends of words, then let me know. And I will try to create a safe space just for you, Jerry, because I know how fragile you are, my friend. I have made it clear that I'm not anti-capitalist. I support the Nordic model. That being said, I got to say, I do understand the appeal to conservative and libertarian fiscally government policies because they do not benefit anyone but rich people. I do not understand the appeal. Yeah, I get it. That's an interesting point. Like, what's the appeal of an economic system that just helps support a wealthy elite? I feel you. All right, we're going to raid out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for hanging today. It's been interesting. Show me where on the doll it touched you. Yeah, Jerry Poppins. The goes on to explain another, then goes on to explain another ism. I'm reading out comments, bro. Calm the fuck down. You need a safe space. You look really, you seem to be very offended by the use of isms. I will find you a safe space. We can get you a little button every time I say something that offends you. You can press it and it'll zap me live on stream. Okay? I can be your Oh, what's the guy's name? Fuck. I can be your Hassan's dog, and you can zap me a little bit. Jerry Poppins. All right, we are off. Thank you very much, everyone. Like I said, we're going to be raiding out now, so get yourself over to Twitchland if you can. I would appreciate that. We're going to go see Indoctrinathan now. Let's start a raid. I think I can raid very soon. We got 2 people. There's still time to get over there and raid with us. All right. We'll see you on the other side. We're going to raid out now. And to everyone else who's still listening to this, please remember, until tomorrow, I am, you are, we are a mystery.
My question to
See you on the morrow.
is, do
Cheers.
you personally decide who is